us already.
It's like whatever the name is for the
the bylaws in place, and I've been noticing more people on the street, and I think it's effective. It's too bad that it wasn't received as well as we wanted it to when we were promoting awareness on it. And but anyway, it's working. So, from my point of view.
Thank you for that. You're saying it's too bad it wasn't as well received. I'm concerned about that. I think it's a rolling, evolving mentality of people, and I think it's coming along very, very well. I was amazed on Friday afternoon. I went for a walk, and you know there was still quite a few without masks on Saturday. Hardly any, and last night again the same. So. I welcome any comments and feedback on it because I think it's a very critical issue from a process point of view that we moved quickly, but as well it was received quickly and very well. So, any other comments? Mayor Arlen?
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman, I wonder whether we should just take a short break while staff adjusts whatever technical issues seem to be out of alignment. Are they done now?
Thank you for that. Comments on item 6.1, public health. Councilor Butler.
Just wondered if administration could update on what, if any, changes were made to communications for the visiting public to be aware that masking is mandatory. Have there been changes to signage and to messaging at the park gates at all? I've been out of town, so if there have been downtown changes, I wouldn't know, but I'd like to hear it anyway. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the question, Mr. Chairperson, through to Councilor Butler. We did change the signage in town. We had some stickers made to put on top of some of the existing signage, so we didn't have to replace the whole thing. Some were still valid, as in the ones that say wear masks in public still function. But wherever it said masks strongly recommended now had to change to masks required, and the associated wording was also changed. The big item that we did do is we produced some posters for businesses. So to promote the language that was in the bylaw that has to be displayed on each business's front door, we made posters with masks required as the title, and then it has the wording of the bylaw. So to make it a bit easier for businesses to actually meet the requirements of the bylaw. And we had some social media activity, which generated the most shares and views of the post in the history of the municipal channel. So that went quite far. And we also had a news release and some media relations going on to get the mayor out to regional media. The part about gate handouts, the difficulty we're facing is that we had a very large numbers of handouts that were already printed and a short time frame to get them modified and reprinted again. So that has not been changed yet. And we are in the process of doing so, but also our graphic designer is away at the moment. We do have access to the files, but getting a reprint and getting that changed over is one item that hasn't been accomplished. It's a kind of a big machine to turn that one around. By the time we design it, produce it, get it out to parks, they bring it to the gates. So that one is outstanding, but the mask strongly recommended message is one of 4 messages on that handout. And it has to be redone, hopefully with lesser quantities as we progress through the summer. But that item is outstanding, but everything else has been changed pretty much. Some of the stickers on signs, I was out Friday night after hours, and at one point I gave up is what happened. So it was 7 o'clock Friday night. I stopped putting stickers on signs is what I'm saying.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your dedication to this effort. Councilor D'Amore.
Well, I do want to publicly, I didn't know that I sent an email out, but I just want to congratulate our team and commend you for the efforts in rolling this out really quickly. It was impressive. A lot of great feedback from the businesses. People were impressed at how quickly we got the posters out to them, and I just wanted to say thank you. It's a really good effort.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm sure there's more comments. Councilor Demora.
Well, now that the ECC is shrunk to the size that it is, down to 1 or 2 people, if it's not completely active, but I was just wondering if administration had any information on the growing number of COVID cases in the community, and if there's any knowledge of it being community spread or if these are one-offs. We haven't got any information from AHS yet. Sorry, through to Mr. Chair, through to administration, Mr. Furcho.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demota, not that I'm aware of at this point. There hasn't been anything shared by Alberta Health.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Juneau. Just in response to Councillor Butler's initial question, the word appears to be out, and I gauge that primarily on the volume of email that I have been receiving from outside the community. So unsolicited emails commenting about the compulsory masking bylaw. So a combination of, I think, the press release. I did one interview with CBC Edmonton that made it to the evening news, and I think simply on those 2 items, the word seems to be out to a large segment of the traveling public that when they arrive in Jasper, they should come equipped with a mask and should be prepared to wear it in specified outdoor places and indoor places that are open to the public. So I am confident that the word is getting out there. It will continue to get out there. And my own observation, although they're anecdotal only, would support the suggestion that the use of masks where we have required the use of masks is increasing. I don't have any quantitative evidence. I haven't done any surveys, but just my observation suggests that it is having the desired effect.
Thank you for that. From my point of view, I had to go for medical in Hinton yesterday, and the percentage of people wearing masks there is way lower than here. Any other comments? Are we ready to move on? Okay, item 6.2, Council Strategic Priorities Update, and this is a verbal presentation. Mr. Furto.
Mr. Chair, again, this one is on the table so that should council choose to take any or all of the strategic priorities in the resulting business plan and want to work on any of those items, this is the place and time for it.
Now we have a scheduled meeting session soon on this week.
That's correct. So Tuesday, the 18th in the morning, we have a specific morning session on strategic priorities, but this item is standing on every single committee of the whole agenda, as we talked about in the session earlier, so that there is a place for strategic discussion. So it will continue to show up on each and every committee of the whole agenda, this item. So there's a place for public discussion on strategic priorities.
Thank you for that. Comments? Councilor Demona?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to our August meeting of last year, where we discussed what each council wanted to do as their main focus, and I'm going to get back to mine, and which was municipal housing. And I know that times have changed, and the pandemic's put a lot of things on hold. So I was just wondering, in what kind of timelines should we be looking at in maybe getting some information or material on the process of looking at maybe purchasing some municipal housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demota, we've been preparing a pro forma that looks at the income from the rental housing stock the municipality has and putting that against what a typical purchase of a residential property in Jasper is and running that out to see the payback period. So Should council want to see that information, we can bring that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Mr. Furcho. Forgive me as I'm still trying to get better at that process. Yeah, I don't want to put any extra pressure on you or your staff at this moment. I was just thinking maybe if we come up with a looser timeline down the road, there are a lot of higher priorities that are needed to be addressed, I think, right now. So I just wanted to see if, if we had some stuff already, but I don't want to pressure admin into getting information that hasn't been received yet. And then if some time gets freed up in the future, just to maybe come up with something that's a little bit more comfortable for you, because I don't need to drive this right now.
Your worship, or Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demola, that item though is something that is certainly doable. It's just simply taking the rental stock the municipality currently has that's paid off. There's an income stream from those properties, and then just looking at that income stream against a payback period. When you add one more property, the rental income from that property plus the rental income from the other properties, and how long the payback is, so there's no impact to taxpayers. It's just simply a flow through, and there's not a lot to that, but it would step to council kind of what they would like to do with that and what would be the next steps.
Okay, well, we'll probably just add that as a topic of discussion on the 18th, and I'm comfortable with that. I'm not requiring the information, but if I just wanted to see where the rest of council wants to go with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What I would, on the topic of housing for municipal staff or otherwise, I would very much like to see a report to council on progress on the Connaught Drive project. And I'm wondering, Mr. Fritchell, when you feel that something could come to council by way of update as to what is happening there. There's certainly some conversation in the community, but we haven't seen anything to council lately. And I'm wondering when we could hope to see something there.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Butler, that's certainly probably timely, because right now I've been dealing with both consultants on the site preparation and the governance side, and we're having a discussion right now, and perhaps I'll just leave this with council because it is a timely conversation. The next step is really to get back to re-engaging the business community on their interest in the units. And until we have completed that step, we can't move forward with the construction plans. So the timing has not been good for engaging the business community up to date. And I just wondered how, if council felt we go about gauging that level of interest and then re-engaging the business community, because I don't want that to go off the wrong way. It needs to be a positive step. And we also were successful with that $250,000. So that grant from the CMHC plus the loan. And then we have the funding now to move forward with more of the site preparation work and the governance work that's needed ahead. But the critical piece is really the re-engagement of the business community, and just where everybody's at right now. Is the timing right for that or not is the big question. Between the consultants and I, we've got the materials ready to go. I just haven't had the opportunity to have a discussion with council or the housing corporation. And I guess right now is probably as good a time as any of what are the thoughts around re-engaging the business community on their participation in those units. Because that's really where I'm at. And I literally mean, as of this last few days, that's where our email chain ended.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor Butler, go
I
ahead.
appreciate the concerns there. It probably isn't an ideal time to go back to the business community and reaffirm those commitments, which are so critical to moving it forward, because it will be in time-structured investments by members of, by the participating businesses that will drive this forward. And it's probably not an ideal time to look at that, but then there are no ideals now. And my concern is if time runs on without that conversation, then we have a different kind of a problem. So I wonder if it would be a good idea to, I'm kind of thinking on the fly here, but maybe to assemble the Jasper Housing Corp and have a look at that question of re-engaging the business community. Or I wonder, Mr. Fritcho, do you think it's better to have that conversation at the council level or at the JCHC level? That's what you're asking us.
Okay, Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler, the one thing I wanted to say though is this is where I've been stuck with this particular piece, just given what's going on, globally with the pandemic, obviously in the local business community. But rest assured that the other work, the site preparation, governance, and all of the work required to get this thing as close to shovel ready in terms of being able to apply or be in front of any grants that come available from either the province or the federal government, that work is still proceeding. And my number one goal all the way along has been to ensure this project is ready should something materialize for grant funding where we can submit to, and the consultants are constantly scanning for those opportunities, as am I, so that if that opportunity comes up where rather than the business community and the municipality shoulder the big part of that cost that a grant comes along, we're ready to put in for it. Because during times of pandemic, sometimes something like this that has high visibility, economic development, partnership with the business community and the municipality can be very attractive for grant funding. And so our priority has been that. But like I said, politically and publicly, I've just been stuck on that re-engagement question because it's such a difficult topic right now for the business community.
Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Butler.
So there was some discussion, I'm not sure how deep we can go into it out of camera, but regarding our municipality's debt limit, and have we ourselves freed ourselves up to move forward on this project? And I don't think we have. So why would we go to, I think we got to put the cart before the horse and us be ready, because we just don't want to run into a roadblock once we've engaged the business community, I think. Where are we with that? I think
Just ask if our Director of Finance is available just to speak to that piece, if she's handy with that information, Tash. Your Worship, or Mr. Chairperson, through to Councillor Wilson, just the other side of that is what we looked at is the 80 unit and the 40 unit. So we're continuing with the planning for the 80 unit, which would bump us up close to our debt limit. But the plans have always been that should that no grant funding materialize, we might go forward with a two-phase 40 units first, which is well within achievable. But still, the model without grant funding requires fairly significant engagement by the business community and some borrowing by the municipality with a payback of 25 years. But there's some upfront costs, no cost ultimately to the taxpayer at the end, but fronting the money, you need it to come from somewhere, and that comes from our debt limit.
Thank you for that, Councillor Butler.
Well, I'd like to suggest, Mr. Fritcho, that maybe we have a meeting of the JCHC in the next month mostly to re-engage, because we all recognize that we haven't really been able to front burner this for the past few months. But one of my concerns with letting it drag is that from some standpoints, if we do find that there is still engagement from the business community and debt tolerance and acceptance from the Parks Canada side to get a cost-effective land release, in many respects, the next couple of years are probably an ideal time to be building from a building cost standpoint because of the inevitable recession in the economy. So we should try to move if we can. Re-engagement of the business community, to Councillor Wilson's point, is it is sort of a cart and horse question, because we have to reassess the degree, the size and scale of continued interest from the business community to help us to determine whether we think the 40 or 80 unit plan is viable. Maybe the 80 unit plan isn't viable, not just because of debt tolerance, but we may have seen some loss of appetite from the business community because of economic conditions. So it's still, notwithstanding your point, which is a good one, around our debt handling ability at the municipal level, it probably really is a time that we should try to re-engage with the business community and find out how much interest there still is there. So I'd suggest as a next step, a meeting of the JCHC to assess that question. And it impinges directly also on Councillor Demota's question. The concern is real that we feel we need some housing for municipal staff. That housing could be provided in that project. So we need to get some sense of whether that project is moving.
So, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Butler, then my next step, then what I'm going to do is I've got a draft of what the document to re-engage the business community looks like. I'm going to circulate that to the Housing Corporation and call a meeting, and then we'll have that as our point of discussion, because that's where I left the conversation end of last week with the consultants.
Great, that sounds good to me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Juneau. I have two questions, if I may. So firstly, Mr. Furcho, you mentioned in your comments earlier about shovel-ready projects and trying to get this housing project into that condition so it's eligible for grants. Recently, Minister Madhu has sent a letter out where he changed the terminology to shovel-worthy. It seems to me that a project of this nature ought to be shovel-worthy, but have we been able to find out whether there are any parameters around that change in language from the province?
Mr. Chair, through to Mayor Ireland, that question I did put back to the ministry, and the answer wasn't much help in terms of understanding what the difference in wording would be, and we still haven't found any avenue for application other than through the existing application streams. There hasn't been anything new opened up, but that's what we're scanning for, exactly that. So when they float those balloons that give you some interest that maybe something's going on, our scanners are up and we're checking all the time and phoning and emailing to find out if there is a way in, and so far we haven't found one. Other than the application streams that were available prior, and there's some good news on those fronts that we haven't provided council yet. There's some information coming, but there's also guidelines around public announcements. So we do have some good news on those, but nothing new to apply for or weighs in on that housing front.
Thank you for that. And if I may continue, Mr. Chair, this is for council, and Councillor Wilson's comments about debt limits reminds me that I am behind in one of my tasks, which was to pursue status of that question, both with Mayor Borrellman from Canmore, because Canmore had pursued that specifically. And when I last reached out to him, he had just left on a holiday. So I have to catch up with Mayor Borrellman, who I think now is back. And secondly, I will contact again President Morishita of AUMA to see what our association has been able to achieve in that respect. Hopefully I will be able to report back next week, but I want to suggest now that perhaps council consider whether we might see whether we can raise this as a resolution at AUMA for this fall session. This is far beyond our local municipality, but if AUMA has not taken a decided position on debt limits dealing with these sorts of particulars, it might be appropriate if we can find a way to bring forward a resolution at whatever sort of convention AUMA is going to hold this fall, and it's still a little bit uncertain how that would be structured, but if we had the support of AUMA to change the debt limits to exclude funding for housing corporations, that would go a long way to alleviating our specific problem, but it would help every municipality. So I would think that we might need a motion of council in order to craft a resolution and get it off to AUMA. But if we don't get a better answer, that might be a route that we would want to take. So I just leave that with council and invite the discussion again next week, by which time I will commit to have spoken to both Mayor Borelman and to President Morishita about where things stand, either with Canmore or with AUMA generally.
Thank you for that. I think it's a very good suggestion, and I think that we should probably move on that as soon as we can get some information. Deadline for resolution's got to be soon, right?
It may have passed, but, and I'm not sure that this falls into the category of an emergency resolution, but there is always opportunity for emergency resolutions, and we might be able to find an avenue. We can investigate in the next week or so.
Thank you for that, Councilor Butler.
And thank you for that, Mayor Ireland, and I agree, and I think that concurrently we should make an effort to sit down with our MLA and raise the question in a very specific way with him and ask if channels can be open to have conversations with the appropriate ministry on that question. So I think including aligning with Canmore and working with the AUMA, that third avenue is one that we should open up. And so I know that our MLA is expecting and hoping to make some time available in the next few weeks to meet with us, and perhaps Mayor Ireland could contact him and see if we could meet on that topic. There may be others. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any more discussion on this? All right. Let's move on to item 8.1, reopening of the activity center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the report is on the agenda, and our Director of Culture and Rec is standing by should council have any questions on that, or if they'd like any more information other than what is on the agenda. But it is for discussion today and a decision on the 18th.
Thank you for that. This was discussed last week at a council meeting. I referred to committee of the whole. What are the comments, discussions that we want to have today? Councilor Wilson.
I think I'd just like to express my disappointment with the hours that have been proposed. I think we're moving into reopening under COVID-19 sanctions, or not sanctions, sorry, but new guidelines. And I think by jamming it into 8 hours of usage rather than what would be closer to 14 hours, we're going to set ourselves up for failure. Yes, we might be looking at, well, we will be looking at more of a cost associated with it, but I think we got to be doing the right thing by spreading usage out over the whole day rather than
activity center, i.e. fitness center, right? No? Because
Yeah.
there isn't a bunch
Like-
of public usage of the activity center in the daytime, or
My error.
unless, so you're referring to the fitness center.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Furcho, I believe you had, sorry, Mr.
Mr. Chair, the internet crashed, but it came back. So
Oh.
we were offline for just a
Okay.
moment here, but everything's popped back. So we're just reassessing if everybody can hear us again. I don't know what happened. We lost everybody and everything, but now it's back.
Thank you for that. Again, we referred this to committee of the whole, so we need some discussion on this. Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we had determined last week that we would actually bring this back on September 1st in conjunction with the discussion around activity center, or sorry, fitness center and aquatic center, and that it would not
All right, I'm not very clear on where we are at and where we are supposed to be going, so please help. Councilor Demora.
Well, when I saw this on the agenda on the weekend, I had I thought the same thing as Councillor Butler. And I thought that we were going to leave it till September 1st, but then I do remember it being scheduled to be brought back today. So I couldn't remember why, because I don't have that written down. But there are a few things that are worth discussing on here, and I do have some questions, but I was just waiting they're kind of on different topics. So I was just waiting to get the conversation around the time and everything dealt with.
Mayor Arlen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Janot. My memory is far from perfect, but I do recall that one of the reasons I believe it was back for today was the presentation of the new information regarding user group access. Last week we asked specifically about whether the user groups were interested in coming back and when they might be interested, because it seemed like fairly relevant information. And I see in the report today that and if I may, though, with respect to that user group access, I take it this was a phone survey probably, that we don't have letters. I would still be interested to know the number of people that we're dealing with in these categories at some time before making the decision. My general understanding is the gymnastics club might number in a few hundred. Jasper Dance, I don't know how many individuals we might be talking about, or the Dart Club or any of the others. So if those sorts of details can be confirmed, it's just one more piece of information that I think would be relevant when we finally do make a decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to speak at this time. I believe in that we should be reopening in stages. There's certain stages that occur, and we should await the progress and the events that come from that. So, for example, school starts on September 1st, and we'll see how that progresses. We have made arrangements to open our fitness facility in September, forget the date now, but anyways, and see how that progresses. This is the advice that was given by Dr. Hinshaw yesterday, and that parents who are concerned about cohorts and so on and so forth is to establish a small cohort and expand thereafter. So my comments before were, we should open the activity center when there's activity. However, there is a request for activities. I'm not going to be taken away from that, but I don't think that we should be opening the whole facility on September 21st. I think we should be opening again in stages. So September 21st, and then give 3 weeks, and then move thereafter. That's my personal comment, and that would be my views on the debate. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau, and I agree with your point there, and I think the information that we have here, and thanks to administration for it, suggests that the major user groups are looking at probably mid-October restarts, so that is a piece of information that helps us, and I think that we shouldn't be looking at reopening sooner than that. I would also, I think we're all waiting for more news on when the ice surfaces are going to be available, and I'm not pushing administration to get that to us, because they will when they can, but that's another piece of the puzzle. To your point, Deputy Mayor, opening the activity center. The activity center is really sort of a doorway or a lobby to we need to talk about, and I think that we should talk about here today, is operating protocols for the activity center over the next months and year. It's my personal opinion that at this time, I question the appropriateness of pursuing group business in the multipurpose hall, particularly out-of-town group business, when we know we're going to be in an economically very difficult time. There are commercial facilities in town capable of holding and suited to holding those kind of activities, and both from a standpoint of, fiscal management and from health concerns, it seems to me that right now is a time when we should be talking about those protocols and whether we should be actively seeking or even accepting requests for gatherings in those facilities.
Months were warming up as we went along through the pandemic, that people were able to get outside and do things and be a little bit more active and get some fresh air. Going into this winter, we're not exactly sure of how we're going to progress through the pandemic. And, when I'm looking at the overall community health in the middle of our strategic wheel, I think that the opportunity to provide services in the areas of where people might have the ability to get out and do something different than staying at home might be more welcomed, or maybe an increase needed for those types of accesses come winter. So I don't want to rush into opening anything, but I think the availability to have these types of services to people in the community might help and provide to our community health and our overall well-being. So there might be some programs that might spring from this, and our activity center could be of use. And we don't know that yet, but at the same time, I think that, you know, the ability for more people to get back into gymnastics and dance in a safe manner, and having those social outlets like darts are a good thing for the community. And I think that those things, you know, should also be considered. You know, when we think about what are the costs, it's not just the fiscal cost, it's the social ramifications too. And I think that we might have the ability to provide that's what a large draw is. I think that, you know, going into winter, we might sacrifice a few tax dollars to go in there, but it is for the betterment of the community. And I think I don't want to rush into anything, but those things should be reviewed. And I did have a question about the racket courts. I know that I've seen that come up a few times, and just from conversation and anecdotally, I understand that there's less than a handful of people that use the indoor racket courts, and it's been like this for quite some time, and not even on a regular basis. So I'm just wondering if that space is well utilized, and if not, are there other uses that might be a priority for that space or those spaces? And that's something to look at as well going down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. And to Councillor Demota's point, I guess I would like to understand what you mean when you say that you think access to those types of services are important. Because if you were suggesting that I was considering restrictions relative to gymnastics or dance or curling, I'm not. What I'm questioning is I don't want to see us sort of opening and staffing empty spaces, multi-purpose hall and so on, if there's really not a lot of demand there. So I certainly agree with providing the community with space for active engagement, but I don't know what that looks like, and I'm not seeing a lot of suggestion of demand outside of those core areas that we already talked about: gymnastics and dance and curling and hockey. So I don't disagree that we should be available for further services. I just have a hard time envisioning what those would look like. And you mentioned yourself a point that there seems to be very little engagement in the racket area, and I would suspect under COVID that limited engagement may continue. So let's just save money where we can.
Councillor Demota.
I think I'm saying the same thing as you, but I think I'm also saying the same thing as Councillor Wilson. And I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it. I wasn't saying that you were saying anything other than what you were stating. And I think it's important to look at it in a fiscal manner. But at the same time, you know, we could do a trial and error thing. And I think you're right. We should be looking more into mid-October, because it seems like that's when the request for that mass use is. And if we can coincide other areas of opening so that we're not, you know, staffing empty spaces, that we should have an efficient approach to doing this. But I do want to keep in consideration, you know, what our main focus is, and that's the overall community health. And that's not just fiscal health, but I think part of our social health is important as well. So that's all I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, it's on the agenda for a reason, and, there's been some discussion here. I think administration is looking for some fresh ideas of today. Would October 13th as a suggested date be acceptable? Would that be reasonable? That's 3 weeks after the opening of the fitness and aquatic center. And that's when it appears to be the request from the public. Just a thought. Marilyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling a bit with, two things, getting ahead of ourselves and getting behind ourselves at the same time. Need this be an all or nothing proposition? I was more inclined initially to lean toward an earlier opening, but we asked the relevant questions, and now we find that gymnastics, the dance club, and the dart club are all comfortable with October in any event. But having heard discussion about other potential activities, group use of the multi-purpose hall, for example, for a local wedding, I struggle to see why we couldn't accommodate a request now. As you said, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we should open the activity center when there is activity. But as long as we keep it closed, there will be no activity. Nobody's going to try and book a wedding when we've announced that the facility is not available. And I appreciate that there are other venues in the community, but we offer, I think, a cost-effective option for residents, and I would suspect that there are many wedding plans on hold because of COVID. I don't see it as a case of staffing an empty place if we allow someone to book a wedding, follow the provincial mandated guidelines, and have it prepared and cleaned afterward, but not staffed when it's not in use. I'm just struggling to understand how we're picturing the bigger thing. The multi-purpose hall in most communities functions as the heart of a community. And our heart has been stilled for a while, as it has in other communities because of COVID. I would like to see us move to reinstate where we can those community-based functions that knit our community together, and that would include weddings and, sadly, funerals. But if they meet the requirements of the provincial regulations and meet whatever safety mitigations we think are appropriate for our space, I am inclined to allow our residents to start getting back to something that approaches a life they used to enjoy. And that includes social functions in our facilities. I think it's just not the same to say that there are hotels in the community that offer an equivalent sort of service. It is different to have a community function in a community center. So I don't know that it needs to be, as I said, all or nothing, that we just pick a date and on that date, whatever it is, things resume. Whereas we could say, let's see whether there is a wedding in the works and what it would take to make our facilities available, and allow that to happen. That's not necessarily the same as opening gymnastics before gymnastics wants to be there. But sort of an all or nothing approach does not seem to me to reflect the reality of a community's needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Alphabetically, Councillor Butler.
Well, I agree completely. And my point with respect to availability of other facilities was specifically intended to consider out-of-town requests. I agree completely with what you're saying. And I would like to know if there are and have been requests for local community use of the facility. And that's one of the pieces that we're not hearing, but I agree absolutely. Sorry, that we haven't heard. I don't really know if there are pending requests for community use of those facilities other than those that we've seen here. And I agree completely that an all or nothing approach is not necessary nor advisable. So I certainly, if there's demand for use of our facilities by community groups, we need to know about them and we need to do our best to accommodate them. That's is the fabric of the community. I would distinguish out-of-town requests from that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Demota.
Well, I have an idea for a new activity in our multi-purpose hall, and I'm not sure how good of a coach the mayor is, but I think we could all benefit from some speech eloquence courses, and I really like the way the mayor delivered that last message, and I think it's important to take in mind. But yeah, very well said. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to invite our Director of Culture and Rec, Mrs. McNabb, if she has any comments or anything to add.
Mr. Chairperson, through to council members. I'm sorry, but you've been cutting in and out, so I have not been able to keep up with some of the questions and requests that you might be looking for. But I do know that one of them was being asked about what types of events are wanting to book. And a couple examples that have come up. I've been away for a couple of weeks, so a couple that have just come up were the Fall Fair and the Summer Fair. These are our events that happen on a yearly basis and usually happen in our curling rink, but could easily happen in the multi-purpose hall. So that is something that two items that have been requested. There's also been requests for weddings. And I unfortunately have not been able to provide them with a date, so they basically have squashed their plans from our facilities because I couldn't provide them with anything. With regards to gymnastics numbers and the dance numbers, those are in the report. So those are their average numbers. With regards to racket sports, we don't have specific numbers that we can track for racket sports because they come in on an all pass. So they come in on a general pass. So we don't know if they're going for a skate or if they're going to the racket courts. It doesn't specifically do that. I would have to go through and see if there's any handwritten documentation on how many people have actually booked the courts and do it from that scope. But it would take me a bit to try and find that documentation right now. As far as opening in mid-October, the gymnastics gymnastics has not provided an actual date. They said October is when they'd like to open. Dance has asked for mid-October. So that's when they're looking at wanting to reopen. One thing to remember is that costs may or may not increase after October 5th, because that is the agreement that we have in place on the contract and staffing. So those are things to take into consideration on the October 5th date. And I think that's answers the questions that I heard. But sorry, if there's any other ones you need answered or that I can possibly answer, I can give it a whirl.
Thank you for that. on the question of the, I'll raise a question on the question of the fall fair, or I wasn't quite sure what, it's one of those things that, it falls into the all or nothing. We can open just for that activity and then close thereafter, if there's a need or there's a visible need for that. Sorry, I'll save my comment for later. Councillor D'Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those comments, and I'm not sure where administration is as far as staffing goes. If we could just, how difficult it is to get people on hand to open up and close down, open up and close down. If we have the ability to have people on call, that's one thing. But I do understand the need to, if we're going to set a date to be open, that's part of the reason. We got a lot of stuff going on in the background, so I'm having a hard time that, directing my questions, but I hope we got that settled. One of my questions is where are we sitting at as far as our requirement for callbacks, and if that is already passed, and how is that affecting the opening of the activity center, or how will it affect it?
Well,
Mr. Fritchell.
Chair, through to Councillor Demota, it's we've renegotiated the agreement with CUPE to extend it to October the 4th. But after October the 4th, there's no guarantees of what may happen at that point. If CUPE doesn't, if we're not able to extend the agreement, we simply fall back to the collective agreement becomes back in force. The agreement has suspended the terms of the collective agreement so that there's no bumping and whatnot provisions. So after October the 4th, employment status of all the staff will be something of quite significant value to consider in these discussions.
Through the chair, thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. And I think that's something that we should keep in consideration. I know we've discussed it, but if we're going to start looking at a mid-October opening there, if we have to analyze and keep in mind that there are going to be some staffing obligations, and whether people choose to come back or not, we're not sure of what that labor pool is going to look like, and if we have to train or have some retraining, that there's a timeline that we should consider prior to those opening times, so we can help our administration be set up for success.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wilson.
So I'll just be quick. So if we're going to stick to the same staff, we're going to open up before October 4th. We're arguing over 2 weeks. September 21st is only 2 weeks prior to October 4th. Honestly, it just makes sense to open all our facilities in that regard on one date and move forward with in unison.
Thank you for that. Councillor Butler.
I don't think it does make sense necessarily. I struggle with this, and Councillor Wilson, you and I seem to stand on different sides of this issue. We have an obligation to be responsible in fiscal management, and I don't think we are just talking about 2 weeks necessarily. I think the point has been raised that maybe we have to reconsider the parameters under which we operate our facilities. Many communities have a community hall, which is what our multipurpose hall is. It is a very important gathering place for social events for residents. But that community hall in many towns, those in cities, sits empty and unstaffed. And the lights off and the heat turned down when it's not being used. And our physical structure isn't really intended to operate that way, but there are ways in which we can adapt and adjust to the reality of the fiscal environment we find ourselves in. So I don't think it is as simple as, oh, it's just a 2 week difference one way or the other in terms of opening. To Mayor Ireland's point and Deputy Mayor Journeau's earlier points, that we can, and I think we should, look at not thinking of it as an all or nothing thing, that we can be available for these important community events without having the whole of his facility open. And honestly, I think we will find it sits there empty a tremendous amount of the time, and I don't see how that's responsible. So I think this is the important conversation that we need to have. Mr. Furcho last week mentioned that if we want to look at operating that way, it will mean a change in operating protocols, but I think we have to be willing to consider that and not just assume that when we reopen, it will be just business as usual, because there are many areas during the next few years, couple of years, at least until COVID is fully in the past, that it won't be business as usual. So I think it's responsible to consider options beyond an all or nothing opening. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will just add that I would like us to follow Dr. Henshaw's advices, that open in stages, see how it progresses, and open into the next stage. And to me, it makes perfect sense that we would open one portion 3 weeks after school starts. So that's an event. It's going to be big. School starts, as you know, we've heard all over North America. It's very problematic. So we'd see how 3 weeks later after school starts and reopen some of our facilities, and then 3 weeks thereafter, see how it goes. That would be, to me, that's the advice. And I think if we open all or nothing, we're overlooking the medical profession advice, and we still have to remember that there is a pandemic to deal with. Councillor Wilson.
Just in response to that, June 9th was the suggested date that we could start reopening. So June 9th was a suggested date that we could start opening our services. So if you had suggested that we should have opened them in stages, we could have done that over the past 2.5 months, not in stages 3 months later. So you're suggesting that the recommendation from the provincial government should oversee this, right? June 9th was that date.
Well, yes, that was stage 2 of reopening. We still have yet to come up to stage 3. And I think that's part of the progression. I mean, I appreciate your comment, but this community has made a decision that, they need to open on June 9th. And when we do reopen, my suggestion is to reopen in stages. Does administration have enough of this discussion to come up with a plan, or do we need more? Or
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to leave this table with clear instruction on what council would like to see in the next report version, and at what date council would like to see it return. That would be what administration would look for.
Thank you for that. Councillor Butler was first. And Councillor
We
DeMora.
should bring this back with the rest of the discussion that we're already committed to on the fitness and aquatic centers on September 1st. I don't see a will around the table to choose a date on the 18th of August. So I'd suggest we have another look at this on the 1st of September. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor DeMora.
Yeah, and you know what? I also look forward. I appreciate all the discussion and debate, because there's some valid conversations here. And I think what you were trying to say is to set up our own stages and not, the guidelines from the province, right? Mr. Chair. Okay, so having said that, I think it's important to wrap up our services review as well and get all that information finalized. We did a survey of the community last year, and I think that'll give us a good litmus test on where we should be focusing our priorities. And once we have that all gathered and finalized, then we can look at what we need to do come the opening up our activity center for the winter time, and then reviewing what we're offering as we go along. But I think those things are important, and I don't think that we have any direction right now to give to administration as a group. So I don't know what to give to Mr. Furcho on this topic.
I would agree that maybe we are lacking direction, a specific date, for example. However, I think there's been some progress made on the discussion that gives you grounds and material to work on to come up with a reopening plan. You're not, may I have your feedback on that one, Mr. Furto?
Mr. Chair, if that rests with administration, we would pick a date prior to the October 4th deadline of the collective agreement that we've varied from with CUPE. So if administration's being left with a date to put on the next report, that would be something prior to October 4th. So if council would like something later, we definitely need that direction.
That's pretty clear. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So perhaps my memory is becoming more clear as to what we discussed a week ago. In the report before us today, the request for decision is August 18th to allow administration time to put things in place. And the October 4th date that was just mentioned by Mr. Furcho has been a known date for some time. So I'm assuming that there is a bit of reverse engineering going on here. So by August 18th, in order to meet an October 4th or earlier date, you would need a decision. If this is deferred, a decision on reopening the activity center, if it is deferred until into September, when we have agreed that we will reconsider the fitness center and activity and aquatic center reopening, it seems to me that the view of administration is that we will miss the October 4th opportunity. And that is a bit of a hard deadline right now. So there is lead time required, which is more than 4 weeks, which is why we have been requested to make a decision for August 18th. Am I correct in those suppositions? I appreciate that a lot of this has to do with recall, and then depending on how that goes, there may be some bumping and all sorts of unknowns. So in order to hit any target, you need a date well in advance so you can start the process. And so if a decision is delayed beyond August 18th, does that probably suggest that we won't meet the October 4th deadline?
Mr. Chair, through to Mayor Ireland. So I guess there's a few different things at play. One is the pool reopening that was confirmed. The re-discussion with council for the September 1st date was for the fitness center. And the timeline from September 1st to September 21st requires a little bit of, as I mentioned prior, some risk managing on behalf of staff for moving forward with some rehiring, because 3 weeks is too short really to get that process completed. So with the activity center, be a similar conversation that council can pick dates. The reality of staffing and restaffing is that if the timelines are too tight, we have to do some risk managing to hit an opening target if we promise the community to open at a certain date. If things change between the time that we do that recall and the opening date, that will just have to be something we deal with. And I'll just leave that with that risk management on the part of staffing with tight timelines with council discussions. Also, risk managing on the fact that things change with COVID. And we've got so many balls in the air with things unfirm in timelines and with our staff and with the CERB. And it's quite difficult to tell anybody anything very specific when it comes to dealing with large numbers of staff at this time, with so many things changing and being at play. So originally, as administration, as Councillor Wilson had suggested, we were trying to work towards one unified opening date because, as I mentioned before, there are economies of scale, say for some of the staff that cut across the different services. So if you open one and not the other, how do you staff for 2/3 of a person or 3/4 of a person? Or so having that unified helps us when we're dealing with numbers of people. But once again, it's up to council to decide what they would like for each different facility, and administration will work to do our best to meet those requests of council. But thank you for the opportunity to tell council that, you know, a fairly significant lead time, as much as possible, is required by administration, is the reality. But with the promised date, we will hit those dates for you. It's just that we'll have to do some risk managing on our side to meet those if the timelines are too tight.
Thank you for that. Councilor Demota?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Mr. Furcho. Just out of curiosity there, and I'm sorry I don't have the numbers in front of me, how many, when it comes to regards to the activity center itself, how many unionized positions are we looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This conversation is entering a realm that is inappropriate in public. I would move in camera.
We have a motion to
If
move
we
in camera.
want to continue this line of conversation. Thank you.
Help me, please. Councilor Demota.
I think it's public knowledge anyway. We're not talking about any specific individual or thing. It's a staffing number question. If I don't need an answer right now, if people are uncomfortable with that, and if someone wants to move in camera to get that information, that's fine. I don't want to delay this process or make it muddier than it actually is, so I'll leave it.
As chair, I don't think we should be moving into camera. I think this is getting into a working level discussion and we shouldn't be there. So, thank you. Comments? Discussions? Let us move on, please. Item 8.2, S block paid parking fee structure. You have attachments in your package. You've probably had discussion with members of the public. It's here for update, I guess, Mr. Furcho.
Mr. Chair, I'll just recap the last meeting. Council did, reaffirm that setting the fee is within administrator's realm, but as I mentioned to council at the time, because it is a new service and whether we have a fee or not was a question administration wanted to have from council. And the ballpark range of that fee for administration then to set if council felt 150 was the right number. We've talked about the larger stalls getting a higher fee. So if we could have left the last meeting with direction for administration to set that fee, we would be prepared to do that. And council requested a map of the parking lot, which is attached to return to this meeting and bringing the report back to council. For those reasons that council wanted to see the map and to have this returned, this report is back with council now for today.
Thank you. Discussions, comments? Questions? Councilor Demota.
Well, if we were going to charge a different fee for the longer lanes, what would we base that on? Physical size or just a dollar amount? So to me, if we're going to stick, if it's going to be a general number of 150, whatever percentage, just in my mind, whatever percentage greater that the oversized lots are, maybe that's the number we would use. If administration's asking us to attach numbers to things, if there's people that think that, councillors that think that, the larger lots should demand a higher rental fee, which I tend to agree with, then, we should help administration out with that as well.
Councilor Wilson.
Seems pretty straightforward, Councillor Demota. I would agree with you. The percentage larger the lot or the stall would be tacked on extra.
Councillor Demona?
I like how you do that. You're like a seasoned goaltender there. You can look one way and your eyes are going the other. That was just an idea of a process. I'm not sure. I don't specialize in these things. And, I think that Mr. Jones came up with a pretty solid, fee scenario here. And a lot of work and thought went behind it. And if we want to change that up, I'm not sure of the best route to do that. If it's easy as saying it's $200 for a bigger lot, then, so be it. If it's 25% bigger or whatever.
Well, I think it's generally accepted that real estate rents per area. So this is no different. How much bigger it is, I don't know, but I think it's a good basis for the establishment of a fee. Councillor Butler.
So last week, thank you. So last week, there was some suggestion that maybe council didn't want to be in the business of setting specific fees. I myself agree. I would rather not be in that position. I think we need to give clear direction to administration that fees should and will be charged in the new parking lot. I think we may need to go a step further because I've suggested, and I take it that there is some agreement around the idea that if we apply fees in the new Block S site, that we may well have to look at a shift in enforcement policy and or application of some fees elsewhere. And I'm thinking primarily of the other large parking lot across the tracks closer to Home Hardware, or we'll just, people just park over there instead. So what I'm wondering is, I'm reading from a bullet point here in the report today. Administration recommends that directing the CAO to establish fees by motion would be the most expedient and appropriate way to set fees for the new Block S parking lot. So is Mr. Fritcho, what is meant by that? Is it meant that council should direct the CAO to establish fees, or to be specific in directing the CAO what fees to establish? What is administration looking for there?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Butler, the discussion was that setting fees is within the administrative realm and certainly under my jurisdiction. I do that for and raise and lower fees through the different services we provide all the time through that authority. However, given that this was a new service, administration wanted to gauge with council at a political level the ballpark number, so that if it's $10 or $500, like kind of having that conversation, that reasonableness would say 150. Gauging council's support for that number was what we were looking for, and definitely not asking council to set the exact dollar amount, but just that if council's comfortable with A, charging a fee, and B, around $150, then administration could just take that away with that direction that we go ahead and implement a fee, and we will do that. And as the parking lot was intended as a sort of a storage lot versus a day use kind of a lot, it's intended that things that are parked on streets in town that are of a commercial nature should then have a landing spot in the industrial area. That's how we would operate the site.
Just curious, since we've completed it, have we had many inquiries for? Can you?
Mr. Chair, we haven't put anything out there yet, so I'm not sure that people are aware that that would be an opportunity yet. We haven't advertised or finalized or said anything, just simply completed the construction.
From the few discussions that I've had, people have said, is it available it appears the interest is more for storage of vehicles rather than parking. So I realize it's new and we will have to test the marketplace on it. But I'm fully supportive of what you set out for fees and go ahead with the results of what the marketplace will generate. Councillor Butler.
So I guess what I'm wondering is the rates and fees bylaw is very general. There are no specifics within the rate fees and fees bylaw as to what rates and fees the bylaw refers to. It's magic. It can be whatever the CAO wants. So if our direction is that the CAO should establish rates for the new Blockhouse parking lot, and a motion is requested, I'm wondering what that motion looks like if really the intent is to simply use the existing rates and fees bylaw to apply it to, I want to do two things. I want to keep council sort of out of the weeds here, that we're not getting into areas where our help is not needed by setting dollar amounts where we're not in the best position to do so. But I want to make sure that administration feels adequately enabled, and maybe more than enabled, but sort of backstopped by council, that because there will be pushback to charging fees for Blockhouse parking, and clearly administration does need to be able to say, well, this is the direction council asked us to move. So what would that look like, that motion, if it's not going to be a motion to charge $150? What kind of a motion should we be looking at?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor Butler, for that. That's exactly why we brought this forward. Like I said, I'm comfortable making fees and adjusting fees for existing services, but this is something brand new for Jasper. So A, that council is supportive of a fee, and B, that council has empowered the CAO to set that fee is what we look for. And in something that is on the public record, that then should there be, what we expect coming back, that there is a step that is recorded in the public record that was the direction of council. And then, should we need to adjust in the future, it would come back and be dealt with through a council meeting in public and on the record of what that change is. So it's not obscure of how we got where we are and where we're going. That's all. That's why we were just looking for that level of support. So I appreciate you pointing that out. That's exactly right.
Councillor Demota.
I appreciate all that, and I do want to help administration out and not hinder the process. So, I'm comfortable, if the suggestion is to come up with $110,000 as a fee, I personally think that we should look at charging more for the larger lots, because, that'll deter any type of smaller equipment or vehicle storage in a larger area and to use up all the spots. So I think that the fact that we do have larger spots and we've made the availability, or we made the area available for it, that we should use that and charge higher rates for it. Because then if we don't, then we're not going to get the proper use of that area for what it's intended for. And if there is the need for backfill, then I think that Mr. Jones and or administration can accommodate that in the way that they see fit. But if I'm going to go forward with something, I'd like to see a change in the rate for the larger lots. And I understand that Mr. Jones is away at the moment, so I think he's more apt to be able to give us that type of information, what he sees the proper structure for that fee adjustment.
Councillor Butler.
Thanks for that, and I don't disagree with any of it. I'm still trying to come up with a way that empowers and supports administration without us getting into the details. So last week we passed a motion directing administration to apply an existing bylaw, that being the conduct in public places bylaw, to a newly emerged situation, that being COVID and masking. Reviewing the bylaw 140, the rates and fees bylaw, as I've said, it's extremely non-specific, which I gather to be by intent. So what if we simply passed by motion a direction to administration to apply parking fees in the new Block S parking lot pursuant to or using the bylaw 140 and leave it at that? We certainly had plenty of direction to suggest that we're comfortable with the 150 ballpark. I think we have consensus that more for the larger sites probably makes sense. And we've expressed concerns around the fact that we want to see that enforcement and the potential of other having to apply fees in other areas may be necessary. So would a motion like that, Mr. Fritchow, give you both the latitude you need and the backup and rationale you need to do what we've all been talking about here?
Mr. Chair, through to Councilor Butler, that would be exactly what we would look for. Thank you.
Just to be clear for me here, we'd be charging more for the larger spots. Thank you. Marilyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two peripheral points. Considering the form of the motion and what we've done in the past, and considering the focus we've had recently on changing our own processes to some degree, I'm beginning to think that we should probably, as a standing practice, have a bit of a preamble before any motion. And in this case, it would be, whereas we're providing a new service and whereas we have an existing rates and fees bylaw, then council makes a motion just to tie it together so there's a better record of why we did what we did. So I agree that the motion itself could simply confirm the authority of the CAO to establish fees, and I would just use the plural so it's clear that it's not just one fee, and then leave it to you, but also in the preamble, confirm the understanding that we have all achieved, but it's never written down. So that's one peripheral matter. The other one just relates to the parking itself, and having now gone by to see what's on the ground there. I just want to confirm the use of the stalls on what is the street side of the parking lot. So those are numbered now. I think there are about 15 on the street. And I notice, as of yesterday at least, some vehicles parked to the right of the roadway, but to the left of the numbered stalls. And so had anybody been parked in one of those outside number stalls, there would have been double parking. Is it the intent that on-street parking will disappear? That is unregulated on-street parking, and be replaced by those numbered stalls? So have we lost an equivalent number of public use parking stalls along that street? Is that the intent? I want to confirm that that's where we're at.
Okay, that was part of what we talked about when, like I mentioned earlier in the design, there was different versions of that, trying to maximize the use of the space. And then that was a later addition in how it came out. So I'm just going to have our Director of Operations respond. And John, if you're able, can you patch in?
Good morning, Council, Worship. Through the chair, the intent of administration was to not allow double parking and to monetize those 15 spots. So to charge for parking on there and not allow on-street parking in that area, predominantly by just the no painting no parking paint line across there. And so that way, those 15 spots would be delineated and included in that new parking lot. And it makes sense to have those ones moved off the street, particularly where the loop structure of the road itself goes around, and it just gives more clearance for the turning vehicles.
Thank you for that. I was only looking for clarification.
Anything else? So basically those 15 or so don't add any parking, right? They just, so for example, the car repair outlet has been using that street for their customer parking for a long time. They will lose that unless they buy some stalls. Is this my understanding? Thank you.
Correct. That's what we would be looking towards.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, it is 11:05. I'd like to call for a recess. So what, usual 7-8 minutes, 11:13. That's okay. Is that an easy number to remember?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And as the report was prepared by our Director of Operations and his team's been working hard on this one, I'll ask John to jump in now, please.
Good morning again, Council, Mayor, Your Worship. The issue we're facing with cardboard, it's growing exponentially, and we're having problems keeping the alleyways, especially around the central business district, clean and tidy right now. Our practices are horrible when you consider for fire smart principles as well. And we have been going after the businesses in the past and reminding them that they need to flatten their cardboard and that they need to manage their sites better. And sometimes we'll get some cooperation for a week or two, but it seems to drift back away. The problem right now is because we're not having bins, the cardboard's not flattened. The waste and inefficiency of the operation is quite astounding. It's pretty much, it's at least a full-time job managing cardboard, and pretty much every box that gets put out there by the commercial businesses needs to be picked up individually by staff and taken away. For the next 2 meetings, I will be taking some pictures to highlight some of the concerns. I just didn't get it into the report at this time. But what we're seeing is, and it's just not the cardboard, it's the general lack of care that we're seeing. So it's not just the cardboard. The businesses are putting their film in as well. So that's another waste stream that's got to be segregated and managed. And again, quite often these bins are just like they'll put up the fencing, similar to a dog cage, to manage the cardboard, and they'll be heaped up over top of the fence lines. Some businesses are better than others, but as a whole, it's just an unsustainable operation. My biggest concern is that it's not a fair treatment between all sectors. The commercial businesses pay the same amount as individual residential customers. So to use an example, one of the major hotels, they pay for the same amount as your homeowner. Meanwhile, they might have 140 rooms in a restaurant that are being occupied. So there's a huge discrepancy in that should be addressed as well. And then even within the different businesses, some of the commercial business district, it's been a matter of service creep to get to this point. The original intent was that the businesses could drop cardboard off at the operations department during business hours, and we could just accept it and bail it. But that's just, again, service creep, and now we're providing this pickup service that's becoming unmanageable and at great expense as well. We've discussed previously that the revenue streams aren't there. We're having, the whole world is having issues with recycling our cardboard. And currently, cardboard's coming in at a loss. We're actually having to fill out credit applications to the brokers that take our cardboard. You know, usually we'd always expect a check. Now we're looking at paying a bill to ship cardboard away. So those are some of the concerns that we're having, and we would really like to have it addressed. So some of the options that we've discussed are requiring the cardboard or the commercial businesses to have a haul-all compatible cardboard bin where they flatten them, and that way, at least if we're tipping them, we would have some efficiency within the trucks. Our trucks do not have compactors in there, so we can get a bunch of boxes that filling up the space, and we're just hauling around empty air. You know, sometimes we'd be lucky to have 100 pounds of cardboard on a load, but can't fit anything further into the trucks without, you know, staff time breaking it down. And again, we're spending on average, you know, 15 minutes to empty out one little section of the cardboard, if it goes well. And sometimes it takes a fair bit longer. So those are my concerns right now, and I would really advocate for a change.
Thank you for that. I would say that Mr. Greathead expresses them as concerns. I think they're more than just concerns. I think they're items that have to be really looked at seriously. I can't get over the amount of cardboard that is generated, and it's increasing. Yes, there's an increase in trade, but this is supposed to be an off year. I deal with cardboard, so I see it, and the big challenge ahead for this town, I believe. So what Mr. Greathead is expressing now is more than just concerns. Councilor Demona.
Well, first of all, I want to commend Mr. Greathead and his team. I see the guys out there on a daily basis, and most of the time right outside the door of where I work, and often have conversations with the guys that are doing the collection. And you know, I've done as much intel as I can in discussions, and just even have been, I think, working in that alley for the last 20 or so years, particularly, you know, on the 400 block of Connaught, and in between that area, behind the Astoria Hotel and the liquor lodge there. And I think, you know, I apologize. You know, I feel bad that Mr. Greathead had to inherit kind of a chaotic situation. I was going to call it a chaotic system, but without a good system in place, we have chaos. And I think there are some good examples of what some businesses are doing, but I think that we need to develop a proper system, particularly if we're going to be on the collecting end of it. And I think that with how we've governed the garbage bins in the commercial sector, which, you know, each of the businesses collectively buy into and take care of. I think we need to have the same system if we're going to go into a cage type setup or continue advancing the cages, but we need to have, you know, a set program and set communication. We did a really good job with the masking recently. And I think that once we come up with a system and something that's going to work for both the municipality and for the commercial sector, then we get that system in place and then communicate, you know, how we're going to do it and what's required to participate in that. And for those that don't want to participate, then, you know, we either encourage them to do the drop off or, you know, deal with the recycling in their own way. However, having said that, without a system or a lack of a system in place, we can't really go forward. So I think we need something structured and something that's going to work for the majority and the betterment of that commercial area and cleaning it up. So I think cages are the first step, and breaking down the boxes and how we're going to communicate that, and then changing the fees for commercial um, to be different from residential as recommended.
Thank you. Mayor Ireland, did I see you wave your hand here during the discussion? No, not yet? Oh, that's a, please be guided. Discussions. I'll begin. What did we do before we had cardboard bins and cardboard pickup? We've come a long ways, and it is, boy, I'm going to see is, yeah, we need more structure, but it is work in progress. I just can't get over the amount of cardboard that we have to pick up. So it's education is one. Building of proper containment is another area. When those that are not contained, a big wind comes around and garbage flies all over the alley. And believe it or not, there's a lot of visitors, certainly down the alley that we work in, a lot of visitors walk through. Can't understand why, but you know, I just find it shocking. But so it's appearance, tidiness. It's something that I think, you know, you clean the front of your business, you should clean the back of your business and tidy up your cardboard as well. Comments, discussion. Councillor Demona.
Well, if I might throw some kudos down your way, you're a very good patroller of the alleys there, and you're often carrying lots of cardboard under your arm or in your hands and cleaning up the back area there where you live. And yeah, so commend you on that. And you know, and you have been out there educating people, and including myself, on, you know, the proper ways of going about, you know, handling our cardboard in those areas. So maybe Mr. Deputy Mayor through to Mr. Greathead, just from an operational standpoint, what would be your, I read your thing, but what would be your, personally, if you were looking at establishing something, what would be the preferred method by your department to go about handling all this?
Through the chair to respond to Councillor Demota's inquiry. Ideally, I'd like to have business licensing tied into a zero waste policy. A lot of these businesses, the trucks come in, they drop their material off, and then they leave without a thought of we're backhauling any of the materials. I think that could be managed through business licensing, and we should actually, I don't think, you know, our municipality should actually be in the business of cardboard gathering and recycling. You know, I think that, you know, it's a small thing that we've inherited and adopted, but I don't think it's a business that we need to be into. You know, when you purchase a large piece of furniture, say from the Brick or Leon's, and they come and drop it off, they unwrap everything and they take that waste back with them. Ideally, like the Pepsi trucks, I see the Pepsi trucks will be unloading in the morning. Same with the chip trucks and that. And they've got tons of space. You know, if we require the businesses to get rid of their own waste and manage it, I think that would be fair and equitable.
Thank you for that. Comments? Councillor Butler.
I'm wondering why we wouldn't just implement option 3 and revert to what I understand was the original intent, that the service the municipality provides is that we provide a drop-off point, and we will take the cardboard from there. So the drop-off point is the baling site in Block S, and we don't want, the thing is that we have a bylaw that says you can't put cardboard in the garbage bins. So I think that it is reasonable to some extent to provide an alternative, because we really don't want the cardboard going to landfills. So why wouldn't we just take option 3 and revert to providing a drop-off point with the stipulation that it be clean and flattened, and make it the responsibility of those businesses who generate cardboard to get it over there. Probably right there is an opportunity for some small commercial operator to collect, just like is done in many, many municipalities. And if you don't, you're littering and you're cited for that. And I'm wondering, and honestly, it's not so much as an opinion as just putting it out there, what would be the outcome of just reverting back to that original intent?
Thank you for that. I have a question for Mr. Greathead. The hours for businesses to take cardboard to the S block are limited. Are they not, or I don't have a clear answer on that, but I know that, we have cardboard 7 days a week, and my understanding, we can only go there one day a week. Can you provide some clarification on that if we were to go along the lines of what Councillor Butler suggests?
Mr. Junot, we had reduced our hours due to COVID with our staffing reductions. So we were only accepting from 12:30 to 3:30 at the operations yard, but that can always be expanded if we're not having an operator out picking that up. And normally the process was we could do 6 days a week, so exclude Sundays, that we would have adequate staff on to accept during business hours, so from 7:30 to 3:30.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota.
Well, I'm just wondering, instead of, thinking that we have a solve-all solution here, is to maybe collaborate with the commercial sector and those involved in the process, and maybe collaboratively and collectively we can come up with some sort of system that's going to work for the greater good and all involved, as opposed to just coming up with something and dictating this is how we're going to do it. So I think that having some involvement and input, from the people that are contributing to, the mass amount of cardboard, and having a discussion with them, and also making the businesses understand, because maybe business owners and operators have just adopted into their own style into what was already going on, and not really having a full understanding of the background and how we've gotten to this spot, and what was the whole reasoning for cardboard pickup anyway. Because maybe a lot of people are under the assumption that those fees are covered under utilities or whatever the deal may be. So I think we need a good communication piece on this, and I think that we need to work with those involved in coming up with a process that would be beneficial for the greater good.
Councillor Wilson.
I agree with Councillor Butler. I think that we have the ability to scale back in that area, but it also, we're not pulling the rug out from businesses right away. I think we move towards not offering the service in 2021, working with businesses and with information pieces, trying to get them on board with kind of solutions that can be done come 2021. But also that kind of also brings in the last option, requiring or incentivizing businesses to adopt a zero waste management program, because that's the easiest for businesses if they can find suppliers or require their suppliers to take back the waste that they've the cardboard that they've supplied. Then that's the best case scenario. But I think all of these scenarios are going to kind of work with each other, and I think that the first thing is setting that date, saying we will not be picking up cardboard. It is not it's not doable anymore, but set the date and then work towards that date.
Mayor Arlen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although in principle, I can perhaps agree, I am concerned about unintended consequences and how you manage the prohibition. Although perhaps we can figure out a way. I would suggest, though, that we could work through the list of options and exclude those that are incapable of achieving our strategic priority of equity in waste management. So those proposals that would apply to some businesses but not others seem to me to be inequitable. I mean, we can't necessarily require cages because there are some businesses that would have absolutely no opportunity, and that's not equitable. So I think we can narrow the list of options, and we could select the one that just says not a service in which we are going to be engaged any longer, but I think we will still have a problem to manage after that, and we'll see what we have to do. But I do like the communication message, and again, that is something that is already embedded in our strategic priorities under environmental responsibility, that we do more communication about what is and is not acceptable in the community. Requiring the businesses to adopt a towards zero waste management program is, I think, critical to help focus their attention. At the same time, I think we as a council should pursue, again at the provincial level and through AUMA, extended producer responsibility. It is legislation that is lacking in this province. It's been raised numerous times with the province, but nothing is done. If we want to reduce waste in communities, it can start before the waste is ever shipped in our direction. And I think that we should, again, engage with AUMA to push the province to implement extended producer responsibility legislation because it works in other jurisdictions and it would help us. It's not something that we can do on our own, but at a provincial level, I would say that we have a problem with waste management. So does every other community in this province. And there is another way to tackle it. And I'd be excited to see us go there, as well as managing our own issue on the ground here.
Thank you. So where to from here?
Mr. Chair, what we were looking for is just some general feedback on what council felt regarding some of the options presented, and having a little discussion, to know what is and isn't on the table, so to speak, for further review and consideration. But we've heard some things. In terms of stepping forward, I guess maybe how would council like to see an exercise where we, as Mayor Ireland put it, narrow down the list of options and come up with, say, a target date and a proposal of what we do, and how we then would communicate that with the business community for feedback, or how we engage them. So I guess if we could just have a little more discussion to narrow down. We wanted to present this and give you sort of everything, and then see what council felt would be the areas they felt we should push.
Thank you, Councillor Damona.
Well, there's a side effect to not having the Jasper partnership intact at the moment, because it's kind of changed into the Economic Recovery Task Force has kind of taken the spot of that for now. And I thought this could be a good conversation piece at that table, considering there's lots of parties involved. But I'd also like to get some feedback from the chamber and some of from their membership, and get an overall view if there's an understanding in the commercial sector of how this has actually transpired, and what the desire of the municipality is to go in a different direction, and help communicate that as well. If we don't have the partnership there to work with, we at least have the chamber to reach out to, and maybe do some work with them to come up with some solutions and communication and feedback.
I agree. We need a good piece of communication, an introduction to the businesses. The businesses, unless they are properly indoctrinated or educated on this, their position is going to be, we pay taxes, we pay fees. I throw it out there, you pick it up. So, and that's what's been happening. And they just throw it out there. And even now, when if we tell them we have to go to the S block, they're going to throw it out there along with lots of other attachments, styrofoams and so on and so forth. So we have to undertake a huge piece of education with our businesses here. And I know that, so it wouldn't hurt to start introducing it now with the view of implementing something for next summer. Final comments. Councillor Butler.
I certainly agree with sentiments the need to consult and the need to communicate, but I do honestly feel that it's a fairly simple question. Your cardboard is your problem. Don't make it someone else's problem. If a business has a business model that produces a lot of cardboard, then it is the responsibility, and should be responsibility of that business to make that problem go away, and it should be at their expense. If we have allowed the view to take hold that businesses are paying an appropriate user fee or utility fee for removal of cardboard, then we have to correct that. They're not, and certainly not in the sense that the amount of cardboard produced by businesses is hugely disproportionate. I mean, there are some businesses that produce a vast amount of cardboard, and there are businesses that produce zero cardboard. So I think it's completely reasonable and fair to all to just, as Councillor Wilson suggested, pick a date and say after that date, we will no longer be collecting cardboard. We've tried to make it work, and from a fiscal management point of view, it just doesn't make any sense, and the businesses will adapt. I'd like to point out that, for example, in the city of Edmonton, there is not even any commercial waste pickup. If you operate a business and you produce waste, it's your problem. And so you contact one of the waste removal companies and they bring a bin, or you work that out and you pay for all of that. Likewise with cardboard. So it's not what we do now and have evolved into through service creep is what is strange and unusual. To actually suspend the service and say what we're going to offer is a place for you to drop off your cardboard, that would be far more of a normal service that businesses would operate. So communicate, consult, offer some time for adjustment, absolutely. But I've looked closely at the options and I don't really see anything that seems better from a broad community and equity and fairness point of view than just to say, we'll give you a place to take it and you get it there. And businesses will do that. And when they don't, you know, we have to be prepared to put some enforcement behind our bylaws. And littering is littering.
Thank you for that, Councillor Butler. Now, Councillor Demora.
Well, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of assumptions, you know, as far as paying taxes go and utilities. And, you know, I believe that there's a sentiment out there and an understanding that we have garbage cans back there because we're disposing of garbage. We pay taxes or utility fees, and a vehicle with a person comes, picks that up, takes care of it, and drives away. So, and people believe that they're paying for that. And I think that the idea that the cardboard's included in that, or some aspect of that collection is included in those fees and whatever taxation's out there to take care of that stuff. So the first step is going to be communicating. It's just, instead of just saying, no, we're not going to do that anymore, it's going to be like, this is what's happened. It's not part of this. And these are the changes that are needed to be made in order for it to be equitable for the entire community, not just certain businesses. So I think it's important, again, to communicate that in advance and get the proper understanding out there of how the situation has occurred to where it is right now and what needs to be done to remedy the situation. And again, I'm in favor of setting up dates and, you know, how we're going to progress with this, but I'm not a big fan of going cold turkey on businesses right now, particularly because of the climate. So we need to have some interaction with them, and there needs to be some collaborative effort into going into the direction that's needed to go.
Thank you for that. So it appears that the consensus is to early communication, advise of what's going to happen. And with that, I think we'll close this, unless Mr. Furcho, you have anything else to add?
I think we have enough. Mr. Greathead, do you have anything you want to ask? We've got some general discussion on where we think council may be comfortable in us moving, but certainly nothing specific yet. I just want to be clear that we don't have specific, clear direction on what the intended program might be to communicate, but we will look at a change is required and some engagement with the business community on that fact and looking at potentially some options, what they might feel might be viable versus what we have on the table here. So just keeping the engagement a little more open at first, but I think what we have now is unsustainable in its current form, and we have to change it to something. So Mr. Gray, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Furcho. No, I think we got enough from this discussion that we can really flesh out some of the other options and do some investigation and trying to run towards coming up with a goal here. It is something that I would like to, you know, try and address this fall before we get into budget season. Just it would, you know, clarify things for our next budget cycle if we have some direction on this.
Thank you for that. With that, we'll conclude this item 8.3, and we'll move on to 8.4, COVID-19 tax and utility deferral update. Mr. Furcho.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This report is in front of you, is requested by council for an update, and the Director of Finance is available here to give a presentation on this. Tash, if you can patch in.
Thank you, Mr. Furcho. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. Today I'm bringing forward a report just to show where we are with our deferred tax and utilities. In the background section, I just attached some information from the previous minutes, and then going into the July 29th update, that's when I pulled the last information. There was 3 residential account holders that actually called in to defer their utility payments, so the pre-authorized payments, and 2 non-res that called in to request the deferral of their pre-authorized tax payments. And both have re-registered in the tax side for, one is already back into the pre-auth, and one is moving back in for September 1st. That being said, on the second page, many properties will pay their full amount due on July, that's normally due on July 15th. So I'm assuming that we'll have a lot of additional payments coming through September 1st, and just given that they have the additional time to make those payments. As it stands at the moment, you can see in the outstanding taxes, there's a chart of all taxes levied in 2019 versus the 20 year. So you can see the 13 million versus the 12 million for 2019 and 20. So in 2019, on July 29th, there was $2 million outstanding. In July 29th of 2020, there's nearly 7 million outstanding. So 15% versus 56%. Then I broke it out also to see what percentage of that was residential as well as non-residential on those outstanding amounts. Residential in 2019 was 26%, and the other 74% was the non-res. And 15% in 2020 is residential compared to 85% non-res. Now, those people that stayed on the pre-authorized payments are part of the outstanding amounts, just so you know, because they, each month, there would be a decrease on the outstanding amount based on their pre-authorized amounts. And this year we're looking at about 170,000 that we take monthly from all of the people that are signed up for that process. In outstanding utilities, you can see that last year we had levied at July 29th, 1.9 million versus almost 2 million versus 1.8 million this year. And outstanding, there is 26% on both sides. So it's very comparable to last year. This report, what I plan on doing is bringing back for the September 8th meeting so that we can see how many more pay in September 1st and what's outstanding at that point, just to see what happened with COVID and to provide that analysis of how things went during this whole deferral of taxes and utilities. And so yes, I will be bringing that back on September 8th with updates as at September 1st. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tash. I just wanted to confirm with council that what you see on the tables is exactly that. The numbers are quite different because one is showing taxes paid after a due date in 2019 and 2020 is showing taxes paid before a due date. So it's not reflective of people, their ability to pay or not pay or whatnot. So the tables are not painting the true picture like it looks alarming because we're in a COVID year. But remember, the 2020 numbers, they are not due yet until September 1st. So until she brings a report back on September 8th, you're seeing an incomplete picture, but council wanted this information in front of them. So you have the deferral numbers, you have that. That's an accurate number where we're at today. The numbers showing the payments, it's two different data sets, so they can't really be looked at in comparison of each other, given one has a due date passed and the other does not. But September 8th, that will be a fair comparison.
Thank you for that. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I have a question about the pre-authorization payment program. So if I'm a taxpayer and I receive my tax notice in June, that payment is in a normal year due on the 15th of July, and I register for the pre-authorization payment program. Is that a proactive or retroactive program? So the taxes that are due on the 15th, if I choose to pay through pre-authorized installments, will I have paid all of my entire tax bill by July 15th? Or does the installment program essentially allow me to defer a decrease in proportion of those payments following that due date?
Is she coming?
Your chairman through to Councillor Butler. July 15th is, I guess you would call it a, what were your words again? Sorry.
Let me try. I realize maybe my question wasn't clear. So let me suppose that I am a taxpayer who owes $12,000 in taxes, and I get that bill for $12,000 in taxes in June. Can I pay $1,000 a month through the pre-authorized pre-authorized withdrawal program, allowing me to pay my taxes over a year, meaning that the bulk of those taxes would actually be paid after the due date of the 15th of July?
Okay, yes, so they are levied in June, say, of 2020, and the due date is July 2021. What happens in the process is they are set up as a receivable. The revenue is recognized in the 2020 year. However, the receivable is set until 2021.
Thank you.
I'm not quite clear, but it seems to me if you're an installment program through your mortgage, you pay from January to December, so that you prepay until your taxes are due and you post-pay, but you're not allowed 12 months after your due date of your taxes. But I need clarity. Mademoiselle Nadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I would invite Mrs. Malinchak to correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but I would suggest that you prepay. So you're paying ahead, and by the time you get to the due date, you have completed the amount that is due, but then there's an adjustment based on what your following year's taxes are going to be. So you're starting ahead. When you're paying in September, October, you're putting money towards what's going to be due in July, is the way I understand it, as a taxpayer myself.
Okay, Councilor Butler.
Then that isn't what I thought I just heard, because what I thought I heard is that we created a receivable, meaning that taxes are still owing after the 15th of July. But what you're suggesting, and what I would hope is the case, that the installment program essentially allows and encourages a taxpayer to prepay. So is that correct, Mrs. Malinchak?
You will see on tax notices, if you have pre-authorized payments, that you still have an outstanding amount. You would be, it is set as the full amount for 2020 is set as a receivable in 2020, and the revenue is recognized in 2020. However, the receivable goes on while those payments are being met. So is that clear?
No.
Perhaps we are in a discussion more than what committee of the whole needs to be at. It's very detailed, and I'm not sure that we can resolve all that in an open meeting. I'm not sure. But
if I may.
Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
I don't mean to dive into the details. My question is, when someone subscribes to the installment program through pre-authorized withdrawals, is that taxpayer in effect deferring a portion of their tax payments until after the due date? So it's quite germane, and it's not detailed, because if that is the case, it's a deferral of tax payments that isn't really reflected in this report, and I'm not clear on. So it is a question of, is a taxpayer prepaying their taxes such that by the 15th of July in a normal year, they have paid the taxes that were owing as of that date? Or are they paying after the fact, in which case they're actually deferring potentially most of the year's taxes until after the due date? And it's something I'd like to understand, if not today, then at a subsequent meeting.
Ms. Malinchak, are you clear on the questionnaire that you can provide an answer at not today maybe, but at a later date?
Yes, what I'll do is put the information into the report so that it's clearly spelt out in the report itself when it comes back for September 8th.
That would be fine with me. Thank you.
Mayor Arlen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and not to preempt the official word we'll get from Mrs. Melanchuk, just enter into this a little bit. To Councillor Butler's question, I think it's half of each. If you ignore monthly payments, which we accept as a convenience for residents, tax bills are on an annual calendar year basis. July 15th is the due date, which is not quite mid-year, but we get them out in June. And the intent generally, at least from my practice, dealing with the legal side of transactions, is that you are half in arrears and half in advance, and you pay no interest and you get no interest. That's the way it works, and that's why there's a mid-year payment. If you're paying monthly for the first half of the year, you're paying in advance and you get no credit, no interest for that. And for the second half, you're paying in arrears and we charge no interest. So it's half of each is the way I do an adjustment if you buy or sell a property. So to me, it all works out. And so a taxpayer who chooses monthly payments accepts that they will be paying for half a year in advance and half a year in arrears. Mortgages may work slightly differently because the mortgage company will pay typically once a year and they want to collect that. So they calculate it slightly differently, but there you're paying interest in any event. So to the extent I can, that's my simplified version, but I leave the report to Mrs. Melanchuk. I did have a couple of questions, though, if I may, about the report. And so we have now deferred payment until September 1st. We won't know until then what the status is. If we find out on September 8th where things stand, is there any doubt that we would be able thereafter, if necessary, to retroactively waive penalties that have been incurred since September 1st? So one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up before September 1st was that we would have an opportunity to determine in advance whether we should extend the deferral. And so right now, it's an imponderable because the deferred date hasn't arrived, so we don't know who will have paid up and what the status will be then. But need we make a decision before September 1st if we're interested in extending the deferral? Or can we instead wait till we get the information and then retroactively waive penalties if we choose to do so?
Mr. Chairperson, through to the mayor. Yes, we should be able to do that. What we'll do is come back and have the conversation prior to, or we can reverse the penalties applied. So there's no issue there. They can either be, we can either wait until the report is received by council, or we can post the penalties as normal and reverse them if it should be the wish of council. No problem, thank you.
Thank you for that. And if I may continue with one further question, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mrs. Melanchuk, I notice on the table of taxes levied an amount for this year of $12.4 million. So I am assuming that that includes the educational school tax as well as the municipal tax, because I seem to recall some discussions about having reduced the municipal tax to $7 million. So I just want to clarify that those tax amounts include probably Evergreens Foundation and the Alberta School Foundation tax. And are we secure in our comfort level that we do not and will not be charged late penalties by the province if our taxpayers have exercised the deferment for all of their taxes, and that includes education tax? Are we in any jeopardy of incurring any penalties to the province for late payment of the transfer that we have to make to them?
Mr. Chair, through to your worship, yes, this is all taxes levied, so including the Alberta School Foundation as well as the Evergreens Foundation and policing. So this is the full amount. And will we have any interest to pay for we have been given a grace period for the non-res, as you know, on the Alberta school tax, and we have been given grace on the operating as well as the capital and the Evergreens Foundation. So I don't see a problem with us being able to, not being able to make the payments in time. So no, I do not see an issue with any kind of penalties there.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And thank you for providing the expanded information on the total taxes and clarification there, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Demota.
Well, and that's the direction I was going to go. And just if anybody is looking at our budget, like whether you have downloaded or looking at it online, I just need a point of clarification if I can. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Ms. Malinchuk, just on the utilities, the outstanding utilities, we have the all utilities levied, which is just under 1.8 million. But when you go and look at the budget, like the utilities is in the $6 million, range as far as revenue and expenses go. When we're factoring that into the budget. So I want some clarification on what the 1.8 means compared to the 6.6 that's in the budget.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demota. These are the amounts that have been levied to date. I can give you a better reflection of where we sit in the year based on water, sewer, garbage, and recycling in my report that will be coming on the 18th. So it gives you that breakdown of the revenue and expenses. These areas are supposed to be cost recovered areas, and the departments are making adjustments as going along and watching these areas, because it's been hard to determine what kind of impacts the tourism would have on, for example, the water and sewer. So I can give you a lot more information on that coming on the 18th report.
I appreciate that. So basically what we have is year-to-date utilities levied, and then the outstanding payment on those is 26% still on what has been billed so far. And I'm assuming that the 6.6 is from, again, July to July with the receivable factored in. Is that how it works for utilities?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demota, sorry, I didn't understand the July to the July.
Mr. Chair, through to Ms. Malinchuk, I'm just right now we've got 1.8 million. I'm just using that number as what's been billed, correct?
Yes, so
Okay.
levied out as has been billed, invoiced, yes.
What date does that collection go to that factors in the 6.6? So we've billed for 1.8 compared to what we would assume our revenue is going to be at the end of 2020 and 6.6. Is that effective to December 31st?
The budget goes to December 31st, yes. And these numbers would include January through to June for the amounts levied. So there's still collections, say July and August haven't been applied to the amounts levied in this number presented. So it's just the first 6 months that you were seeing right there. As you can see, we're not that far off considering COVID and the amount of tourism and how much it's been impacted from, especially in April and May. So, 200,000, not quite 200,000. So, right. So, yeah, so the better reflection is to look at the amounts on the revenue reports and the expenditure reports and to see where the departments are sitting on their own. But yeah, given the circumstances that we're in the pandemic, I don't see it being that much of a difference considering.
Good. That's great. I appreciate the information, and I just wanted some clarification on that. So that's it makes sense now. And yeah, thanks for the work behind this.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the work you've done, Mrs. Melichuk. And I understand from you there's a further report coming in 2 weeks or next week, sorry. So thank you for that. Any more discussion? Looks like we can move on to item 8.5 and I guess 8.5A. Hey, Ms. Byrne, we have two 8.5s. So 8.4, sorry. No. 8.5 municipal stimulus program update. Thank you. Report from Mr. Furto.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And again, our Director of Finance will lead the discussion on this one. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, through to Council, this is also an information report. We were just notified of the Municipal Stimulus Program and MSP update. So the government of Alberta is providing additional capital infrastructure to municipalities. The project eligibility is going to be similar to the MSI program, and project applications they're indicating should include sufficient information to determine project eligibility and must include an attestation that the projects would not go ahead this year or next year in the absence of support through this program. So we just found out of this program about a week ago. So that being said, the amount allocated to Jasper has been $545,000. So it's calculated on the same formula as the federal tax program. So they've kind of combined the two programs to work this one out. The payment allocations is going to be based on the yearly cash flow requirements of the project. So what was going to happen from this going forward is that I was going to meet with the administration to discuss and put into an action plan of application. And it could be applications. You can have up to 5 applications in place for the required deadline, which is in October 1st. And then they will send out notice of the approved projects and the work can then pursue. The work, I believe, has to be done by the end of 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Demora.
Well, and I appreciate this. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Ms. Malinchuk, I need some clarification on that whole paragraph. It's the bullet point that starts with project applications, the one that you just read out there, the first sentence there. I need a sentence by sentence breakdown on what everything means, because I'm confused to this whole process, because it seems to contradict itself in my mind. And I've read it several times and I still can't make sense of what's actually the province is giving us and how we're able to exercise that. So first of all, are we getting the 5.4, the 545,000 or whatever the number is? What will it be applied to, and how is it going to get worked out through that whole paragraph? Because that thing's just a mess to me.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Demota. So this was information taken from their website. So I believe what they're looking for mostly is that the projects wouldn't have gone forward because of the circumstances of the pandemic. So they're looking for projects that they might assist the municipality going forward, given that we've been put into this situation. For instance, I would think of, you know, maybe a lot of projects that were deferred into other years, for example, because we came down to the pandemic situation and we looked at our capital list and decided that we would move things on and that we weren't going to do them because of the pandemic. So they're looking for projects that would not go ahead if they didn't give us this money. Now they're also looking that that it won't increase municipal taxes, and they also in that same sentence they're looking at that they don't want the operating costs to be associated with municipal taxes going forward. So it would be a project that, say, for instance, like the library would then cost us additional yearly operational tax dollars to support it. So they're looking for projects that would not be supported in this means. They're looking for something that, so they want us to demonstrate how we intend to fund the municipal contribution to the project. So for instance, user fees, whatnot. So it was just mentioned that they did not want the tax increase to go into operating costs for this project or projects.
All right, I appreciate that. And if I may finish off my line of questioning, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just to further that, with all the stuff that we've deferred, could we comfortably, do you feel comfortable in that within our applications that we would be able to use up all of that $500,000+ into what is being offered to us?
Most definitely.
Thank you. At first, when we first got the number out without any of the stipulations, I was thinking, oh, great, we could just put this towards the arena project, and everything is going hunky dory, and then the rules came out. So anyway, I appreciate that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that will assist us in the future, and I'm grateful to be able to take part of this opportunity.
No doubt we have a list of projects that easily fit in this grant program. Anything else? Thank you. We'll move to 8.5A. Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
Thank you. So just to be clear, next steps here is that we will expect to see proposals from administration as to what projects that we may wish to entertain could apply prior to applications being sent to the province. Is that what I've understood from this conversation? Anyone?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Butler, we can bring an update back to council on what we see fit in the application process, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Marilyn, did I see a wave?
Sorry, I was slow to wave, but thank you for recognizing, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mrs. Melanchuk or to administration generally, Just wondering whether there are any details available with respect to the attestation requirement. It says municipalities must attest. Usually individuals attest. I don't know whether that's administration or council. And that first one is so contrary to the notion that projects should be either shovel ready or shovel worthy. I mean, you would want to advance projects regardless. And so who can attest that something would not go ahead this year or next? If it's something that we were prepared to defer, then it is probably not the most worthy project in the community. And yet the ones that are most worthy are denied funding because maybe we would have found a way to advance them anyway. So do we have any idea whether there is any other language surrounding this and what the intent is? It seems to be an offer of money that you can't use. I'm just perplexed at how obscure these so-called rules seem to be, and they seem to be designed to discourage you from actually advancing the most shovel-worthy projects in the community. Anyway, I throw that out there and just wonder whether there is any other material that can be circulated just for council's review to see if we can get an understanding of what the intent is, because I think it's a matter where we should be talking to our MLA and encouraging him to speak to the government, because this to me just does not seem to make much sense. If it's only for things that you weren't going to do anyway, it's hard to fathom what's going on.
I thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, because that's kind of how I felt when I saw that I hope somebody else is going to look after this because I can't figure it out. But thank you. Clearly, it's for new projects. So anything that you have on the go that you've got, they want you to create new jobs and so on and so forth. But the bar as to what qualifies makes it such that, well, it's a political statement only. Councillor Butler, you are.
Well, thank you. I guess just to that point, I think my understanding was, and I suppose we'll find out when we hear back from administration on potential applicable projects, but my first assumption was projects that we had deferred or foregone due to budget restrictions for this year would be the first place that my mind would go. But it seems to me that, Mayor Island, you're suggesting that you would interpret this wording that it might exclude those projects. Is that your fear? Like, for example, I would think of we all know the examples of projects we deferred. Are you thinking we wouldn't be able to use those projects?
Mayor Island?
If we deferred for many reasons, some of them economic, but some of them just based on priority. And yet we found ways to proceed with others. And so the others that we are proceeding with clearly are more critical to the community. And yet they are disqualified from funding, is the way I read this. Unless you've already deferred a project, you can't get funding. So here we are proceeding with necessary critical projects, which are excluded from funding, but those that we can confirm we have already deferred will be eligible. That seems to me to be an odd approach, that we can't get assistance with our critical stuff, but we can get assistance with the stuff that we would otherwise have deferred. Well, not only would have, did in fact defer.
All right, we will be awaiting more information from administration on this. Thank you. Item 8.5A, draft council correspondence policy. I believe Ms. Nadon will lead us in there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor General. This is back on the agenda following conversations in previous weeks. The statements that have been modified are highlighted in yellow. The change from last week is around the last bullet in the policy statement, which previously referred to the respectful workplace policy. And there was a comment made that redirecting to another policy within a policy may not be best practice. And I did struggle to find the words to put here because I find trying to remain as objective as possible in how we administratively assess correspondence and whether it makes the agenda or not should be the process we strive for. And being respectful and polite is what I landed on in terms of, I would say it's more the tone of the correspondence that we receive sometimes that is a bit difficult to determine. So I felt this was perhaps a good statement to include in there. The respectful workplace policy addresses, it's essentially a freedom from harassment policy. So it says we will not tolerate discrimination, harassment, and these kinds of items. And it's sort of referred more broadly to being respectful and polite. I mean, it was a bit of a difficult one there, but I felt like the interpretation in the respectful workplace policy might have been a bit more deliberate or objective or accurate. But then at the same time, I understand the challenge with referring to a different policy instead of having a clear statement there. So that is what I landed on. It's here for discussion. This is the third time on the agenda. Technically, it's scheduled for decision next week at the next regular meeting. So any input or comments from council or whether we're ready to move forward with this is the information I'd be looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a comment is that the letters that we've been adding to the agenda so far, are they kind of following this guideline? Because I'm sure you got more. We've received a lot of letters recently, and for the most part, they've been on the agenda. Some have been added by email. But is this the kind of the general trend we want to use out of this policy? Is that what, like, for examples, this is what we've been doing? Is this, I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear on that one, but.
No, I think I understand your comment, and I would say yes. And that, like I said, that last bullet, being respectful and polite, is the one that if a letter's on the edge, if we're not sure if it should be broadcasted publicly through our agenda or not, it's usually in relation to, well, the last two bullets, the second last being a bit easier to determine, presenting factually accurate information. There's usually a way we can verify whether that information is factual or not. But whether it's respectful and polite is a bit more of a subjective judgment call on our part. But having that said, the authority rests with the CAO ultimately. So that would be the person who makes that decision. But the reality of how we approach this internally is the legislative team as a whole makes recommendations to the CAO, if you will, who has the final say. So I do think it does work. I just felt the need to highlight my somewhat of a concern with the objectivity of the process, but there will always remain some type of decision that has to be made, and here we are. But having that said, this is in relation to the letter or the correspondence being publicly included in our agenda package. The correspondence itself may still be forwarded to council on email. So the openness of the process where council would receive that information would still be possible. It's just whether we include it on our agenda or not is where this criteria would fit in.
Thank you for that. I'm sure we'll get some comments. Maybe not. Mayor Arlen, you're waiting for Councilor Butler. I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the difficulty of this. I compared this policy with the respectful workplace policy as well, and tried to look at whether we could, and secondly, whether we should add to that line that you've suggested, be respectful and polite. The words that we use in the respectful workplace policy, if they were included, you would say something like, be respectful and polite and not contain derogatory, humiliating, demeaning, belittling, sarcastic, intimidating, frightening, or coercive remarks or comments. Those are the words that we use there, and we spelled them out. Whether we would have to include those or not, I'm undecided. Respectful and polite is, it's still subjective, but it's maybe as good as we're going to do. I've drawn, though, to the sentence above now after giving it some consideration. Firstly, is factually accurate redundant? Do we have to say that? And what do we mean by that? I mean, just imagining we got a letter from somebody on an environmental policy who disputed climate change or whether it was human caused. I mean, I would be prepared to dismiss it, but are we in a position to say that something is factually inaccurate? When does it become opinion rather than fact? I don't know what we gain by that sentence necessarily. I think what our intent was is that people not misrepresent the facts. So we had a recent example, we thought, of a letter writer indicating that council had done certain things that council had not done. The province, in fact, had done those things. And we were sensitive to the fact that that should not be misrepresented, even innocently. So that's a slightly different issue, though, than us being the arbiter of sort of all facts. And so I just come back to that, and I'm not quite sure how I will settle my own mind on this, but I see it as a bit of an issue that continues.
Just a comment here. Be factually accurate would maintain about things that belong to the municipality only, right? The outside world would be another matter. So maybe we need some expansion on that one, but I don't think that we should be trying to deal with items that are not accurate, especially when it comes to our affairs. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. And I have 2 points in relation to those same 2 items. So I agree. I had the same thoughts that you did, Ms. Mayor Ireland, and I was wondering about wording like something like should not contain misrepresentations of facts pertinent to the topic. Something a little more specific, because I think what we were talking about is overt or accidental misrepresentation of pertinent facts. If somebody comes and tells us that the world is flat, ergo we should make a change in policy, I don't care. But if somebody comes and says, shame on council for doing this thing, and council never did that thing, I think that's clearly what we're talking about. So I wondered about misrepresentations of facts pertinent to the topic. Might be to get us a little closer. These things are so squishy, and it's always hard. On the last bullet, be respectful and polite. I think respectful is good. I'm not much concerned with whether people are polite per se, but I guess where I have found a problem with a couple of letters is more, it should be non-personal. I think that letters should query council decisions, absolutely, but not councillors. And even more importantly, there have been some letters that have crossed the line or come very close to the line of criticizing members of staff individually, either by name or in position, and that's where I think of personal. So that's sort of what I was wanting to get at. There is a question of decisions are always open to criticism. Statements of council, policies are, but individual motivations, individual actions don't really belong in the realm of public conversation. So I just throw that out there, that maybe some mention of non-personal in nature is maybe what we're after.
Thank you for that. Ms. Nadon, you have a response to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor Butler, I would just like to clarify non-personal or free of personal attacks on staff or council or anyone else, like personal attacks on anyone at all, I guess, would be a clarification. No, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's why we have these in committee of the whole, so we can make some progress on these items. This is coming back. Ms. Nadon, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is where I was going. This would be coming back for decision next week. And is that still amenable to council? And I would suggest that we may not get it right and we might need to revisit, but I do think we need something updated, something that reflects the current reality of electronic communications. And for administration, this does help us a lot. And like I said, if we don't get it right, we can always come back, is my take on it. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Butler.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to make the point that I know we can go around in circles forever trying to perfect wording, but I think this is a really important policy because it is one of our more sort of publicly, it is bound to be one of the more publicly useful and visible policies. What I would like to see here, and this is basically it with maybe a change in a couple of words, but people regularly ask me, I'm sure the same thing, you know, applies to other councillors. How do I present information? How can I get my point across to council? My response is usually write a letter. And I would like a single page, quick and easy, this is the policy. And that's why I sort of objected to the idea that would reference then another policy. I think this is something that is going to be read by a lot of people who say, well, I think I want to write a letter to council. We want them to write the letter. So let's give them you know, a quick one pager on this is the view. And this is really good. I think we're nearly there. And I want to thank admin for the back and forth that is, I think, important here.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Butler. And with that, I think we can conclude this matter and move on to the next one. Item 8.6, sorry, Communications Coordinator. Mr. Virgil.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jeannot, through the council. Thank you for entertaining this report before you today. It is a request for direction, so it is here for discussion and where this goes are next steps to be determined by council. The recommendation is focused around council discussing the service levels and resource allocation required to provide corporate communications services for the municipality of Jasper. So what we're proposing here is a communications coordinator position, and where this stems from is the current challenges we're facing relate to an increase in service levels since the beginning of the pandemic, where we took a more proactive approach to social media in particular, but other related items. And the way we've managed to meet this currently is by being creative internally and working together as a team. But these duties do not fall anywhere within current job descriptions, or they do to an extent in the legislative services department. So with the coordinator and the manager is where that responsibility currently lies, except the change in service level cannot be accommodated with the current staffing levels that we have, hence this request. We were providing communication services prior to the pandemic, and under the current arrangement, the Legislative Services Department is, in its current structure, is now about 3 years old. And so the communications duties currently fall to the coordinator and the manager. And the type of service level council would have been used to prior to the pandemic is what can be accommodated within those positions. Sustaining more proactive and more services, arguably, is something that will require more resource allocation, and I guess creating a corporate communications position within the Legislative Services Department is how that would be accomplished. We do have some projects that are sort of stuck or not moving forward for lack of resources, but also overall as a team, as a municipal team, what a communications coordinator does or would do would be the proactive work with departments to extract information that would then need to be communicated. So we talk a lot about making sure we engage with businesses, with residents, and providing them that information. And the reality of creating that kind of content and service level in the day-to-day is that someone needs to be nagging others. That's the reality of the communications work. The information doesn't really come to you unless someone goes out there and actively seeks it. And the time demands that requires is what can't be accommodated internally currently. So the report has an outline of what a possible position could be. We are fully aware that we are operating under a budget that is during a pandemic, and that additional funding has to come from somewhere. And that is the discussion that would come following discussions by council around the service level that is expected, and then we can get to those steps in due time. So that is why you're not seeing any fiscal information with this request so far. The intent here being to discuss what the service level is and what's required in order to maintain it. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Demota.
Okay, I've got a question and then just a statement for my thoughts on a direction. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Ms. Nadon and Mr. Furcho, moving in this direction for this position, in your minds right now, even going forward with or without COVID, does this look like a position that would consume 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for one person?
Ms. Nadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, through to Councillor Demota. Full-time continuous, fully.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant.
I understood that's what you meant. But yes, absolutely.
Well, there has been some requirement for some weekend work once in a while, but I didn't intend that. More like a 40-hour week. Okay. So when I was reading through this and the concept behind it initially, we have heard in the past, maybe in the last few years, that there's a lack of support also administratively for our CAO. And I thought in my mind that, maybe that there could be a combined effort if we're going to add a position to see if something could be more of a part-time communications person and kind of a right hand to the CAO. And I would more, if we're looking at it on a structural scale, I would look at it more as adding almost another department or just a direct report to the CAO, in the sense like legislative services is and our human resources manager is, then maybe just have some sort of administrative communication direct report, as opposed to having just another layer under corporate and legislative services. And the reason I say that is maybe this could be an opportunity to grow a department or an area that could assist the CAO. And I'm not just talking about Mark specifically, but the position itself for our town manager. and then assistant communications for the community. And I know that the idea is to have it under corporate and legislative services because that is a kind of a corporate service. But at the same time, I don't think to me, it's really tackling an area that's also missed. So I'd like to start it out with something a little different in my mind, but that's not for me to say.
Ms. Nadeau?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journo, through to Councillor Demota. We are aware that in the last budget cycle, we had come up with a request for an executive assistant, and that was originally proposed under legislative services, and then council had discussed that they would see it as a better fit under a direct report to the CAO. And I appreciate the connections you're drawing with our previous structure as well. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but what created legislative services in its current capacity was the retirement of our longtime administrative officer, Mrs. Cahill, which used to be a direct report to the CAO. And then when Mrs. Cahill retired, Ms. Byrne was hired and was brought under legislative services, and we sort of took I would have been communications manager at the time, and then became legislative manager with support from a coordinator, but that also included all of the duties of the administrative officer, which essentially was 3 positions into 2. Because we had a legislative services director previously, and that position had been vacant essentially for about 4 or 5 years. But anywho, what I'm getting at is that by increasing communication support in the legislative services department, you're essentially freeing up some time and duties in the legislative services coordinator, who essentially is mandated with supporting council, but also the CAO. So that that administrative capacity within the team would be gained by freeing up the current legislative services coordinator from some communications duties that would be transferred to a communication specific position. And the other point I would like to make is in terms of hiring the person with the right expertise and skills and knowledge for a communications position is somewhat different than what you would be looking for in an executive assistant. There is a crossover in terms of the day-to-day communication skills, telephone, email, writing skills for correspondence and things like that. But when you're looking at skills like social media and website development and public engagement, those are all specifically communication skills as opposed to administrative skills. So that administrative skill set would then revert to the legislative services coordinator, which would then be strengthened as a proper clerk position, like a municipal clerk is a duty that Ms. Byrne and myself currently share, but that I would see the ledge coordinator position growing into more like an actual clerk, like we see in other communities.
Mr. Furcho?
Maybe if I could, I think like what we really wanted to focus on today, rather than getting into the minutia of the actual staff structure, is the level of service council's looking for in communications. And there's a larger project coming in terms of what we're restructuring the organization around, and services provided, the rec services review being one of those inputs. But in this case, we're looking very specifically on the level of service council's looking for in communications, and this is how to either provide it or not provide it, because we've been operating at I'll call it an unsustainable model to get us through the COVID situation. But now we need to either make a decision that that's the level of service we want, or we revert back to the level of service we had before. That's kind of where I'd like to keep this conversation, is a little higher level at service levels for council, and get some direction there, and then we can go back and work on the detail.
Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And firstly, let me extend appreciation to those staff members who have, I think, gone above and beyond during COVID to keep communication lines alive with our community in particular. Credit to them. And it does force this issue for reconsideration by council about where we want to go. There's a couple of things I have questions about. Generally, I I support the notion. We often speak at council about enhanced communications, but we recognize that we don't have the resources to affect that. There is a statement in the third paragraph of the background material that says, there are also several communications projects that are currently on hold for lack of resources. We spoke this morning, for example, about communications surrounding waste management. What other projects are currently on hold for lack of resources?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Journeau, through the Mayor Ireland. Essentially, anything that's proactive is hardly happening. What we do is meet the current and pressing issues, and there is really no time for any development, any additional work. One of the big ones is a website redesign. We're sitting on a free upgrade on our website, and we don't have the resources to enact it. It may appear as a single item that may not require that much time, but it does. It's quite time consuming, and it includes reviewing all the content and the formatting and the navigation, and that's a service that we could avail ourselves of through our website provider, but we don't have the resources to complete. Social media for the longest time was something we weren't doing because we didn't have the resources and the time to spend doing it. And it doesn't always happen that way, but recently, particularly around the masks bylaw, the reach that post has had and the comments that have been posted there, and someone keeping an eye on that and going through the comments and ensuring that the ones that may be derogatory or disrespectful or that should be deleted. So team members have spent quite a bit of time looking at that, and it ebbs and flows. So depending on the projects, depending on what's happening, there's a higher requirement for communications work at certain times. An internal staff newsletter is something we sort of took on recently, and without dedicated resources allocated to it. So that's becoming a bit of a challenge as well. And I think we're maybe guilty of our own will to improve our practices and do it. So we do it, but then we're stretching ourselves to a point where it becomes a bit unrealistic. Communications around environmental practices and just the operations department alone, in my opinion, could use a part-time communications position, but that is not a realistic outcome for the department, I don't think. But certainly with the environmental stewardship coordinator position not existing anymore, a good part of the work that was done by that position included communications work and promoting our programs, and it went more broadly than just municipal programs, perhaps, in that sense, but that is another area. Our culture and recreation, marketing and promotion and overall communications on behalf of that department could also use some help. What a corporate communications coordinator would do is sort of take information from departments and up the professionalism and the standard and the quality of the information that gets published by each department. And that truly is the function of that role, is to support each department. So that's what I mean by anything proactive is just not being addressed. And then throw on top of that, our emergency communications is something that has been top of mind and a priority, and that has been getting done, but that's been taking most of the focus of our current communications capabilities. So continuing that and ensuring that we continue to develop it is another area. I could create a list in writing, but those are a few.
Mr. Chairman, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Don, thank you for that thorough answer. And I think even though it's in the proposed job description, it would not have come immediately to my mind that a communications specialist would be potentially responsible for redesign of the website and the content that goes on there. That's a skill set that is somewhat fine-tuned and probably necessary here. So it's an additional component that I wouldn't normally have thought about. So thank you for raising that. As I say, I'm generally supportive, but I would like this to be used by council as an opportunity to consider service levels as well. So you've indicated that in order to meet current service levels, we need more resources. But I think we, as council, should assess carefully what service level we want, particularly regarding social media. So I understand that it is a large component of time to manage that. And I would like to know whether we feel we are being successful. I agree that we are reaching people in a way that we haven't, but I'm not necessarily satisfied that our Facebook presence is all that we would like it to be. And I would like more information upon which to base a decision about whether that is something we get deeper into or start to retract from, because it just seems to be an inexhaustible use of resources. And I would like to have council really address that issue before we go further, but it would just be part of the overall consideration of a new position for the municipality generally. And for all the times we talk about communication, I think it is time for us to look at such a position, but also to look at in what aspects we may wish to communicate further and where we might wish to withdraw to some extent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kind of sums up some of the comments that I had, was that we've discussed this many times before, the need for more communication. And I noticed in here in one of the bullet points that environmental responsibility, we've lost a coordinator a few years back, but we've already got a project for him to communicate about the cardboard issue. So probably will be lots of work involved. Councillor Demona.
I like how you did that again. It was like the Deke. You're like, oh, Demota. It's okay. I appreciate that. You know, at the onset of this process, when we're discussing the budget, you know, we were hoping to find out some efficiencies along the way, and I think that with Mr. Furcho talking about some changes structurally and some amalgamation and restructuring, I think that there might be some opportunities to look at that. I'm sure that we've found some. I'm hoping that we found some, and not just attributing to people working extra hours or going the extra mile. But, you know, some situations have been a little bit more glaring and where we're kind of thin already, and this is one of them. And I appreciate everyone's work in getting through this, and obviously we need to enhance something. And like the mayor, I am open to the idea of this position. I'm still not really sold on where it should go, but at the same time, I don't want to hinder administrative process. And I think that, you know, communication is an important aspect of it. And when it comes to, you know, maybe levying for that position, the people that were involved in viewing council meetings and then waiting for information to come out in the community throughout this whole pandemic era have really seen that, you know, I think that enhancing our communications is important, and I would be surprised if that really gets questioned. You know, come tax time, we usually get questioned on why taxes are going up and for what purpose and why this much. And I think that it's reasonable to say, in my mind, that we should be focusing in this area, and I hope that by the community is well received. And then, you know, hopefully the product of what comes out of it, if we decide to go in this direction, will be something that's fruitful for everybody. And I'm looking forward to entertaining that and moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I think we've had enough discussion on this. Pretty clear. I think the public as well has always been looking for more information. So the establishment of that is not going to be untowards by them. Mr. Furcho.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make one mention that I've talked about, you know, a greater sort of plan of how we're going to restructure and looking at service levels in general by council as the guiding principle around that. The reason this one item has come separate from that larger process was the fact that we have been operating at an unsustainable model, but now have developed expectations both at council and the community. And we'd like to address this one item kind of outside of that, knowing that there is a larger picture at play. So we need to make some decisions because it does impact capacity and staffing and expectations out there. So if council is supportive, then we're going to press on with developing the job description and come back more formally pursuing this one track, knowing there are other parts and pieces at play across the organization, but this one item we have to make some decisions on sort of sooner than the rest of it.
So you say if council is supportive, do we need a motion? And that ain't no, thank you. Councilor Demona.
Well, that's good. And that's what I was going to say. Going through the three filters again, if I can get back to those, is this a good decision to make for Jasper as a whole? The municipality and its residents? I think so. The next part is, what are the costs going to be? What are the costs of going forward with this financially, and what are the costs of it not going forward with this? And so we've already heard the costs of not going forward with this, and is it the right thing to do? And I think right now at this point in time, it's worth going through the exercise and entertaining that. So what are the budget implications that are going to be in the next step, I guess, going forward, if we're going to give any direction, or if that was already assumed? And I think that's where we should be, what we should be looking at.
Thank you for that summation. With that, we'll move on. Oh, Councillor Butler, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I apologize for intervening in your attempt to move on. I have respected the fact that administration specifically said that they were deliberately not bringing forward fiscal aspects of this conversation at this point. However, because it will have to be addressed, I want to point out that the very good work that I think has been done in recent weeks and months, I'm largely very pleased with. The conversation that Mayor Ireland suggested we need to have around our expectations of resourcing social media is a really important one. If we still had textbooks in the digital age, that would be the textbook definition of a slippery slope. So it is a really important conversation that we have. The point I want to make is that I think we have achieved really good success with essentially a borrowing of some resources from a different department. And when we move on to the conversation about funding, the change that we seem to largely be in favor of, I, for one, will be wanting to have a conversation about following up some of that borrowing of human resources with reallocation of funds interdepartmentally, because I think it is a way that we can look at funding this new position, at least in part.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Nadon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I would like to comment on the, or reply to Councillor Butler, if I may, in terms of the word borrowing. Sort of, I think it might be currently a bit of a misrepresentation of what happened, as in we didn't borrow time from another staff member. We simply added to an existing workload that was already quite full. And that is where we are facing some issues with someone who has been keeping track of their time and suggesting that in certain weeks, it's up to 70% of their time that's been dedicated to corporate communications. And in the meantime, there's still 100% of the previous workload that is still there. And that is partly why, like Mr. Furcho alluded to, that the current service level we're providing is just not sustainable for the team on both sides, for both departments. So the borrowing is where maybe suggested that there was an opportunity to borrow, whereas it was more like an addition. But I understand the point you're making, but wanted to make that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. May we move on? Item 8.7, Jasper Day Proclamation. And this is a council item, and we have documents in our agenda. Who's addressing this? Councillor Demora.
Well, seeing as that I asked to have that added to today's discussion, I don't want to prolong it, but I do appreciate Ms. Nadon for bringing up the background on our proclamations and flag raising policy. So I think if council was comfortable in moving forward in proclaiming a day such as Jasper Day, I just wanted to have the discussion and, you know, kind of gather what the desire level is. And my main pitch was originally that 2020 has been such an odd year for many people. And, you know, I think that there's something that we should look forward to at the end of summer and at the end of every summer going forward, and for Jasperites to celebrate themselves, our successes, what we're good at, and, you know, just being just celebrating our community as a whole, and not just you know, people in the community, but the actual feeling of community. And I think people work hard. A lot of people have worked harder this year because of the lack of staffing and helping in other areas. So I think, you know, to add to a positive note, to put a feather, at least in our cap of 2020, that, you know, I would like to move forward with a proclamation. And from some of the conversations we had about other areas in the municipality about the end of summer, when I looked at the autumn equinox, it's usually around the 22nd of September. And the third Saturday falls in around that area just before usually, and then sometimes on the 22nd itself. So if we were going to entertain celebrating the end of summer, I think that would be a great date, and just having discussions in the public. People seem to be kind of cool with that, and it doesn't really fall in with any other event time that's currently going on. I know that there's another group in the community that's planning something for the following Saturday, but that's for just this year. So having it coincide with the end of summer, I was going to propose and maybe just put up for discussion on how council felt about that.
Thank you. Anything else to add? Councillor Wilson.
What does this day consist of? Because I wouldn't get behind a get together at this point.
Oh yeah, so you at the time that I may have brought up, I'm not sure if you were present. I think right now, yes. I thought of just this year proclaiming a day, and then if anybody wanted to do their own thing, to have you know, social distance gatherings, or if people in the community wanted to do something like we saw on Canada Day, if someone wanted to organize the Porch Series events, you know, this is something that we can grow on. I'm not saying that we need to throw out a community-wide event. People wanted to get together and you know, have a block party where, you know, you don't have to be in someone's yard. You could be out in the street. You can mingle around with social distancing, wearing our mask, doing whatever it is. The concept is just to at least start with a day that would be a day just like Canada Day is for Canada, to celebrate, you know, our nation. This is just on a different scale and celebrating our community. So just having that day set, I think, is important. And then looking forward to 2021, 22, going forward, there's opportunities to build on the theme of Jasper Day, and if people wanted to add events, or if groups wanted to make it bigger, to celebrate community, I think just taking the initial step, I think is important, just to have the day. And, you know, having, because of some of the constraints that we have physically and due to COVID, some of the things that on normal festival or event days will be impossible this year. But I think it's a good start to add something positive for the future, and again, hang our a little bit of a hat on to add a positive note to 2020.
So are you suggesting that we would have this year?
Yeah, so I think that I'm really sorry that I have a hard time communicating like concepts when I'm trying to relay a message. So starting this year, September 19th would be like the first Jasper Day, but having the third Saturday and every September going forward as Jasper Day.
No, I'm not, I mean, I appreciate the effort and I endorse it. However, isn't that the date of the folk festival? The weekend? I think we'd have to check with that because they seem to
Yeah,
have,
I don't think so.
okay,
I
that's
think
fine. That would be
I think
different.
it was the weekend before
So-
that on, it's usually the
So
weekend
are
after Labor
you
Day.
suggesting this year we would just proclaim the day and then hopefully it would
Yeah.
grow and next year would be events and at the conclusion of the summer, or what do you foresee happening? It's very noble and I like it, but
Well, there's been a lot of group interest that have come forward initially when we talked about that, and people were already wanting to step up to do stuff on that day. So I don't think that this should be something that's engineered by the municipality, much like Canada Day isn't engineered by the municipality. We do participate in and do some events. You know, there's another group that always took care of the parade. We participated in it. We don't know what this could grow into, and I don't have a concept. And for me, it's people in the community celebrating Jasper as a community, celebrating, you know, your neighbors, your friends, and you know, what we're really good at is hospitality. That's our main industry, and I think we should celebrate ourselves and do what we're good at with each other. And if bars or restaurants want to do their own little thing to celebrate Jasper Day as they do Canada Day or you know, Thanksgiving or whatever it is, like that's up to them. It's just it's another thing to celebrate, but particularly ourselves.
thank you. I commend you for your initiative, your idea, your enthusiasm, exuberance. What else can I say? Mayor Arlen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the effort as well. And I don't want to rain on any parade. It seems to me, though, that 2 points resonate with me. It should not be engineered, as you say. But it also seems to me that the date has, to a large extent, already been selected. Although we've already passed it for this year, but the ratification vote, which allowed for the establishment of local government in Jasper, was held on July 19th of 2001, and the proclamation that established Jasper as a specialized municipality was signed on July 20th. So like Canada Day, that is a day that celebrates an event. It's a birthday and it's an anniversary. And I don't know why we would engineer some other date to celebrate our community. It has a birthday of its own, and we could choose either one of those. And if we wanted, particularly if we wanted the fall, I suppose we could choose conception date, which was the previous November, which was, if you recall, the first plebiscite that we had, that the community endorsed council going forward to establish an agreement that would come back for ratification, which did come back for ratification July of next year. So if we wanted a fall date, we could conceptualize that date in November, but it seems to me July 20th is kind of the natural date. The difficulty is that it coincides, not necessarily a difficulty, but it coincides with, I think, National Indigenous Persons Day and Parks Day. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that can be used to enhance Jasper Day, but I struggle with figuring out a different date when there is a natural date waiting for us to celebrate. And I would have hoped by now it would have become somewhat organic that we would celebrate the creation of our municipal entity. But those are just thoughts, and that delays things potentially for a year, which may not be in your interest, but it just seems that the date is self-selected, and we should think about how we could celebrate that.
Thank you for those comments. Councilor Demota?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think that, you know, people that were involved and having that is very important. And that was a monumental day for our community, and I understand that. So the whole concept to my proposal and, you know, discussing things in the public, I don't want to dishearten anybody in saying that when it comes to a concept like this, I don't believe that that is on the forefront of a lot of people's minds. And what I was going for is, we have an extremely busy summer, and even when we're operating in our banner years, our shoulder seasons have extended well past Thanksgiving. But right now, having considered all that, you know, we have the mark of the end of summer, and I don't want to get into the technicalities of, you know, us as a municipality. I want to focus more on what Jasper does as an industry. And it's pretty much the concept of, after the majority of tourists leave, a big bulk of the summertime, there's a sense of release at the end of the year where, you know, it's like, we made it through another one. And I think it's an opportune time for when we're slowly relaxing from, you know, our work lives and being so busy in that bubble period of mass visitation, and then having that kind of relaxed time at the end of the summertime, and kind of having almost another Thanksgiving, like reaping our rewards from the summertime while it's still warm and nice to be outside and celebrate, as opposed to a time in November where it starts to get pretty cold, and or some of the reasons why we've moved other events out of the busier times in the summertime, where it's just too busy for people to participate in. We have already got Canada Day on the 1st. I understand what's happened, you know, the idea of July 19th, but the focus is at the end of the busy time, and that was just the whole concept of doing that. And I don't want to get hung up on technicalities of the adoption of the municipality. If we want to have a municipal day, that's a whole different thing. Mine was just for the community, in the community.
So it's kind of like end of harvest celebration.
Yeah, exactly. But in a kind of a tourism hospitality aspect.
I think it kind of differs what the mayor's saying, but I
Exactly.
I've
Well, that
enjoyed the
was the whole
discussion, and
concept.
I'm not opposed to it. And I think it's a great idea myself. And I think that that's how it should be viewed, is end of season, end of harvest, and prosperity. Because the next 6 months are usually very difficult financially in this community. I would like to move on. Correspondence, item 9, sorry, correspondence for information and consideration. Oh, Councillor Butler.
I wondered if we were to, in some way, look for views and input from the community, maybe through social media posts, ask a couple of questions. If there was a Jasper Day, what would you do on that day? You know, milk the town a little for ideas. If there was a Jasper Day, when would you like that to be? I like the idea I like the idea of a celebration of our community. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but I think it is more than a celebration. It could be, it should be more than a celebration of forming formation of the municipal entity, because, you know, Jasper was a community and a town long before it became a municipality. So that could be the focus, but it needn't necessarily be. And I would struggle with the idea of proclaiming a day in the midst of the busy tourist season, because I think it would just suffer from washout. It would just kind of not be noticed because we're in the midst of the busy tourist season. So perhaps even just by holding this conversation today, we are looking for ideas and suggestions and input from the community to help think about what such a day might be. One of my struggles when you first brought up the idea today, Councillor Demota, was, well, what would that proclamation look like? Proclamation always has a preamble that says whereas. So I would be saying, well, whereas what? What are we celebrating? And what would we be encouraging people? In what way would we encourage people to celebrate? And we don't want to script it, so maybe we can ask for ideas. I bet we'll get some thoughts of, well, this is what I would do on Jasper Day, and maybe we could then formulate a little bit of a concept of what it might look like. Thank you.
Councillor Demota.
Yeah, and I thought after getting through a lot of our business throughout the pandemic and just kind of waiting for an opportune moment, that it's probably a good time now, particularly if we were looking at a September date. And, you know, we only have a few meetings before anything that could get done for this year. So I thought that, you know, we were kind of running out of sunlight here. So it probably should get addressed sooner than later if we want to go down this path. So if what I'm asking from what Councillor Butler had just suggested, what kind of route would you go through? Like, we've already heard that our communications area is already tapped out. So would this be through individual councillors? Do you want me to go on social media and do this, or?
Are we supportive of Rico reaching out on social media on the subject? Have to think about it for a minute.
Well,
Councillor
it
Butler.
seems to me we have a municipal page. Let's do it that way.
Thank you. All right, it's in the early stages. We've got lots more discussion, I think. Ms. Nadon, you got t'as le front pincé, là.
I'm not sure what to say to that, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I mean, before, we're happy to follow any direction council may take on this. Engagement around what Jasper Day could mean or when it would be is what I gather from this conversation. As long as there's support in principle from council as a whole, I guess is what I'm looking for, and not just acting on a direction that is not from all of council. But the proclamation does seem like a good step, but the cart and the horse, right? Like, does engagement need to come first to better define what it would be? Or Councillor Demota has, I think the idea is fleshed out. How it's documented and proposed in writing is something we could assist with internally and then engage, or do you want engagement first? I mean, this could go many ways, but as long as there's a direction from all of council is my only concern.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the use of a French expression, le front pincé means a big frown on your forehead. So like, I'm puzzled here type of thing. So thank you for that. And lighting it up a bit. Okay, let's move on. Item 9, correspondence for information, consideration, or action. And most of these letters are asking us, and we've done. So any comments to that? There's some pauses. Looks like there's going to be some Ms. Nadon first. And then you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that those letters were received once the agenda was already published, or we were well on our way to publish the agenda last week. So that's why they're here. They're late, if you will. So that was before council made the decision, which would explain the content of some of those letters. Just for the public record, we included them because that's our practice.
Thank you for that. Councillor Butler?
Even though we have already acted on the topic of these letters, I would like to commend these letter writers and many others for the respectful and polite tone of the letters.
That is a very appropriate comment. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Butler. I'm sure you have a comment, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Well, very briefly, but I did thank all of the letter writers last week after we finished our discussion and made the motion and passed the bylaw. And I just want to include these people within that thanks because it may not have been clear, but as Councillor Butler said, we do thank residents of our community who provide letters and comments to us, particularly in a polite and respectful manner.
Thank you for that. Next item, other new business. Councillor Demota.
I have a quick one, and I had it written down as a question, and then after, as we were speeding through things, it was for Mr. Greathead, and maybe Mr. Deputy Mayor through to Mr. Furcho. I was wondering if we could get an update, or if you have any knowledge of how our bulk water reno is going over there. And I meant to ask Mr. Greathead on that because we were talking about fees and stuff. And I know if that was put on pause, or maybe that's something that we can, look at as well. But maybe for the next meeting. It doesn't have to be answered today. If we could put it on, I'm interested in it. It's something that I got very excited about. I'm always interested in alternate sources of revenue. If that's something that can help us out going down the road, I just wanted to hear a little bit more of it. And I apologize for missing it while he was available.
No.
We can, we'll follow up on
Okay.
whether it was approved or not. And we can't remember off the top of our heads whether that was a project that was removed or whether it did go forward with the current capital plan. And then Mr. Greathead can advise on the status.
From my recollection, I don't think we were using tax money for it. It was going to be an auto recovery through reserves and through the refunding of that through the collection of fees that was going to replace whatever was assigned to that project.
I believe Mayor Arlen wanted to speak.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair, no reflection at all on your exemplary conduct of getting us through today's agenda. But my question to Councillor Demota is, what exact item on today's agenda did we speed through?
Thanks for lightening it up. Other new business. I have one. We had a two-part discussion on the housing project earlier on, and you mentioned something, Mr. Furcho, about consulting with businesses. Let me tell you, from my personal, is that in the next few months, that's not going to be easy consulting with business, because right now they're busy. Then there's a period of sort of like relaxation, and then there's a period where they take their holidays, and then you're going to try and get them into for some consultation. I think that's going to be quite difficult. You might have to do it in stages. As a suggestion, for example, you might include realtors, for example, because they'll have some ideas. It's just the consultation process with businesses at any time of the year, but especially this year, I think will be quite challenging for you. It's kind of just a little note of caution. Other new business. Next item. Looks like people want to finish in 4 hours. Council representation on various boards and upcoming meetings. Upcoming events. Strat Plan meeting on October the 18th. I believe the time has been changed, correct?
Mr. Chair, like council could still arrive at 9:30. I'm not able to attend until 10. So if council chose to start the meeting without me, that would be fine as well. But I just wanted to note to council, I can't arrive until around 10ish because I have an appointment that I couldn't get out of, a dentist appointment I booked a long time ago. So
We understand. Feeling of council? Stick with 9:30 as scheduled, and it's inserted in our calendars. Thank you for that. We have in camera. So we will need a motion to move in camera, but before we take that motion, we need a motion to extend beyond the 4 hours. Because I don't think we'll get done in 3 minutes. Mayor Arlen makes a motion that we go beyond the 4 hours. All in favor? That's carried. Now we need a motion to go in camera. Councilor Wilson makes a motion, we go in camera at 1:27. All in favor? Thank you.